Be a Killer from a Full-Time Hunter Chapter 261 to 280. Chapter 261 _ Explosion put second, cooler. Qualified persons in the same phase of the hunter test and night 1. Although it was only because of Chi Naquan that he successfully advanced. May be able to enter the final test, also proves that he has a certain potential. It's just that there is still a lot of difference in potential with Xiaoji and Kijojuahuchu. At this time, the practice of Nian is not even comparable to Lioli. But since he has become a hunter, he naturally has his advantages. Within a year of becoming a hunter, Bakur naturally passed the secret test. Master the ability to read and enter a new world. Having entered the new world, he naturally intends to show his strength in the new world. He took the initiative to choose to become an Eudemon's hunter, and the investigation of chimeric ants was the commission he received before. Bakur's commission, like Kate, was released by the Kejin Empire. It's just that compared to a senior hunter like Kate, his investigation ability is still slightly insufficient. Kate's commission was completed first, and the discovery from the Kejin Empire, the chimeric ant mutant limb remains. The moment she saw the remains of the chimeric ant mutant versus limbs, Kate realized that things were out of her control. It was no longer a problem he could solve alone. The information about the remains of the chimeric ant variant was reported to the Hunter Association as soon as possible. This information caught the attention of intelligence hunters, and they did their best to search for the direction of the chimeric ant variant. This is also the reason why multiple hunter teams go to NGL. Bakur's team is naturally one of the many teams, but their news is obviously lagging behind other hunters. Not knowing that at noon today, NGL had a conflict with the hunters. They entered the NGL through the NGL's frontier entrance at this time, which was undoubtedly a wrong move. A few people stood at the entrance feeling the fresh air. He didn't realize that the staff behind him had quietly recorded the information of several people. Send to other peers. At noon, NGL's armed forces died a lot, and it was the time when NGL's armed forces were waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. The sky is getting brighter. A few people have woken up from sleep in the night. When you come to unfamiliar places, everyone maintains the highest vigilance. At this point, Xiaoji and Kiju 18 Chao stepped into the state subconsciously without reminding Yi and Bai Siji and others. A few months of life on the island of greed, the changes to the three little ones are not a little bit. In just a few months, Bai Siji taught all kinds of skills of wild survival. From the mouth of the ants captured by Yi, I only learned the information of a few division leaders. In many cases, even if the ant wanted to speak, its instinct prevented it from speaking. In the end. After all, they were produced to capture food for the chimeric queen. Being able to tell the division leaders information has exceeded Yi's budget. After a simple wash, several people walked towards the south. Since I didn't know the exact location of the base of the chimeric ants, I just picked a random direction. The direction picked is the south. Yaiki unleashed his Reiatsu perception to the limit. 10 kilometers radius. The NGL is not too big. With the perception ability of the night, the entire NGL can be perceived once in a day. Of course, this is a stupid way. But in the absence of any information, this method is the fastest way to find the base of chimeric ants. If you're lucky, you might be able to find it if you don't need it for a day. Go south. Perhaps it was the light of the sky, and more chimeric ants came out of the base to prey. Along the way, several people encountered a lot of chimeric ants who went out to hunt. Of course, these chimeric ants are average. Didn't even grasp it. All are handed over to Jixi, Xiaoji, and Kioran to practice. Such a chimeric ant, Bai Siji and others will kill them instantly, and there is no point in cultivation. Several people killed ants all the way and explored the base of chimeric ants all the way. Not long. Yi sensed a lot of life breaths, but these breaths were not strong, just the level of ordinary people. Obviously, these breaths are likely to be NGL living gathering areas. His eyes changed slightly. While there's unlikely to be any clues here, it's just a random spin around the NGL. Walking in the direction of the living gathering area, there is no loss. With this thought, Yi silently changed the direction of his travel. Jixi and the others who were busy killing ants and practicing their skills might not have noticed this, but they kept following Yi, quietly watching the two of them, Bai Siji and Yun Jiyu, who were fighting. However, it was easy to notice a slight change in the route of travel. The magnitude of this change is not large, and it is only a few centimeters away from the previous route. But the deviation of a few centimeters, the further back you go, the more obvious the difference. The two looked at each other. Through each other's eyes, they could see what they meant. Without making a sound, the two silently followed. I don't know how long ago. Along the way, the footprints of human life gradually appeared. There were a lot of trees in the jungle, and only a few stumps were left standing in place. Judging from the traces on these stumps, they were continuously cut by some kind of sharp weapon. In Yi's memory, only humans can do this. These trees should have been felled by people using tools. Certainly. To Zhao Hao, not only Yi saw this, but Jixi and others also saw the reason why there were only trees left here. Come here, look. Xiaoji's voice came from a distance. Yi turned around and looked for the two little figures. But there were only 3.5 Jixi, Bishiji, and Yungu left beside him. Xiaoji and Chaojiao were reeling in their speeches and hung up their beards. They ran around to explore the situation. Yungu and Bisuki. The two jumped a few times and quickly disappeared. He ran towards the direction where Xiaoji's voice came from. Only Jixi and Yaiki looked at the surrounding trees. Some of these stumps are cut differently, as if they were not cut by the same group of people. But according to Yi's perception, within 10 kilometers, there is only such a small cluster of living areas. New doubts arise. Chapter 262 _ Bai Siji and Yun Jiyu quickly moved towards Xiaoji and Chichimu, ahead of the scorpion. Round. The advanced combined application skills of wrapping and practice allow the chi to expand outward with itself as the center, and can detect intruders within the scope of the chi. The practicality of the circle in battle is not great, but it is good for finding people. Su tilde. The two walked out of the woods and came to the concrete bath of Xiaoji and Kijina. Xiaoji, chi dumpling, Shunsi, paralyzed, slender, eyes, vinegar. The ground was covered with bright red blood. Judging by the degree of dryness, the blood flowed out in less than an hour. On the surface, there was a battle within an hour here. The outcome of the battle is unclear. It can be seen from the bullet marks nearby and the blood on the ground. There seems to be a result in the hearts of several people. It's the NGL armed forces. A voice sounded from behind the four. The four of them looked back and saw Yi brought Jishi from a distance. Jixi walked behind Yi. There were also several blood-stained long knives in his hands. From the appearance of this long knife, it is obviously not a product of the NGL region. With firearms, in the NGL, only their own armed forces are left. A few people passed by at night, looking at the blood on the ground, trying to find some useful information. Quite a while. Yi suddenly squatted down and wiped the ground with his hands. A drop of purple blood appeared on Yi's finger. Apparently, this is the blood shed when NGL armed personnel used firearms to attack the ants. Although there is only one drop, it is enough for Yi. Slap tilde. Knight snapped his fingers. Elabella, come out. Plain words sounded. A burst of spiritual pressure emerged beside Yi, and after a while, a figure condensed out of thin air. Elabella's figure is not very tall. Only a few meters tall. But his aura was crushing everyone present except Yi. The first moment of realization. Elabella seemed to sense something. The body is constantly changing. However, it actively entered a state of combat. Limbs the armor was born, the figure became more slender, and a green shell-shaped mask appeared on the face. A layer of black unknown substance shrouded the fragile neck. Everything is changing in the direction that is beneficial to the battle. The change is complete in an instant. Bischi and the others widened their eyes, seeing Elabella's fighting form for the first time, which made them unbelievable. Elabella's strength is so powerful. At this moment, it is several times stronger than the breath in the island of greed. Surprised, unable to speak, she could only stare at Elabella with shocked eyes. In an instant, an invisible wave spread out from Elbera's body. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped a lot. A sharp cry came out of Elabella's mouth. Spread out around. At this moment, as if something exploded in the air, an invisible shock wave passed through everyone. This voice was familiar every night, and I heard it many times when I was in the Berzakova Islands. And every time I heard this sharp roar, there would be a Zerg attacking Yi and the others. Not sure what the connection was before this. And Yi was a little curious when she saw Elbella's changes. It was the first time that Elabella had undergone such a change since she became a beast. There must be some reason for this. Yi thought of this and looked at the purple blood on his fingers. He handed his hand in the direction of Elabella. ___. All of a sudden, a sound like a beast protesting came from Elbera's mouth. Now the case is solved. The blood of the ants was what stimulated Elabella to undergo such a change. Meditation. Yi fell into deep thought, thinking about the blood of an ordinary ant, why Elabella had such a big reaction. Injured by a mere firearm, this ant is obviously not strong. Compared with Elabella, who is the king of insects, her strength is not a little bit worse. Eliminate power gaps. It seems that there is only one thing that is common to the Zerg. Exclusion, or competition. The Zerg and chimeric ants where Elabella is located are extremely similar in the direction of biological evolution. They can devour their prey and obtain their genetic information to promote their own evolution. It's just that the evolution of the Zerg where Elabella belongs is only aimed at herself, and the subordinate Zerg wins by quantity. Chimeric ants extend their own complete social system and evolve as a whole. The evolutionary direction of the two can be said to be extremely similar, or it can be said to be completely opposite. Thinking about this, Yi guessed the reason why Elbera reacted so strongly. They all strengthen themselves through plunder. When the two meet, it is quite a competitive relationship. After finding the location of the owner of this blood, let you kill it. Ability derived from Kurapika. Ring finger soul chasing chain. Orientation, tracking, through thoughts, abilities and other conditions, you can know the opponent's position at this time. At this time, this drop of blood on Yi's finger can naturally meet the conditions for tracking. No need to urge at night. This time Elabella raised her right hand directly. A large amount of Reiatsu was condensed in his hands. On the ring finger of the right hand, a chain stretched out, rushing towards the drop of purple blood on Yi's finger. After a while, the purple blood on Yi's fingers completely disappeared. Absorbed by the ring finger soul chasing chain. Elabella's eyes were tightly closed, feeling the message from the owner of this blood. Aside. Bisuki and the others were curiously observing Elbera's state at this time. It was the first time she had seen the ability Elbella used at this time, which made her very curious. Only Xiaoji and Qiling Zhao said something. Who is the original owner of this ability? The two of them are the clearest. Next moment, Elabella suddenly opened her eyes. A bloodthirsty smile emerged from the corner of her mouth, but unfortunately, her face was now covered by a mask, so outsiders could not see it clearly. Although the smile is bloodthirsty, it is unexpectedly beautiful. In her perception, several figures were running constantly not far away. Among them was the figure she hated. Chapter 263 _ Hunters Association Branch. An airship was parked on the top floor of the Hunters Association branch, ready to go. On the fuselage of the airship, the exclusive logo of the Hunters Association is engraved. At the same time, there are two figures communicating with each other in front of the airship. This cooperation is a bit too sudden. I was notified yesterday afternoon to come to this gathering, but I didn't tell the content of this mission. Wait until I come, and tell me the content of the mission. Really, tell me directly, and I won't refuse. It's hard to play tricks like this. A burly man with a medium haircut was smoking comfortably with a giant pipe. At the same time, he did not forget to complain to his temporary companion. You were notified the day before, which is very good. I only received the notification this morning, but since I received the task, I naturally have to rush over. Respond to burly men. It was a man in a suit with a stern expression, reaching out and pushing his glasses. Judging from the fatigue of his eyes, it took a lot of effort to come here overnight. Being selected by many capable people in the Hunter Association is enough to show his strength. The people they were waiting for hadn't arrived yet, and they were communicating with each other at this time. Said to be communication, in fact, is familiar with the information of both sides. As two people who were temporarily transferred to cooperate, they didn't know much about the two sides. Before the battle officially begins, try to get to know your teammates as much as possible, and be responsible for your own life. Since they are teammates performing tasks together, they always need to cooperate with each other. If you die in battle because you are unfamiliar with the abilities of both parties, such a method of death is extremely embarrassing. Ho tilde ho tilde ho tilde. I didn't expect you all to arrive, I'm the last one, sorry. Nitro's voice went from far to near. It was obvious that he was still more than 10 meters away at the last moment. But after saying a word, his figure has come to the side of the two. President. The two chatting turned around and looked at Nitro. Since it's all gathered, let's go. Feeling the restraint of the two in front of him, Nitro smiled and took the lead towards the airship. Mo Laowu and Norbu. The two looked at each other for a moment. Turning around and following Nitro's footsteps, he walked towards the airship. The pace is a little heavy. This time the mission is a life and death. But for the future of mankind, even if you sacrifice your own life, you will not hesitate. Dash 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 dash. Hee hee underscore. Thriving in the woods. The four figures fled in panic. The sound of rapid breathing came from the four mouths. Damn, why did the chimeric ants change so fast? Wasn't the news confirmed 4 days ago? A man gasped hard. Looked back from time to time. In the woods, several figures vaguely emerged. I don't know, although the news was only confirmed 4 days ago, but the discovery of the body parts of the mutant, I don't know how long ago. Bakur felt a few breaths following him. His face couldn't help but look hard. He never imagined that on the first day of entering NGL, he was attacked several times in a row. The NGL armed forces suddenly attacked them for unknown reasons. Of course, as a capable person, NGL's armed forces are nothing but troublesome ants to him. Just releasing some evil thoughts easily solved almost all members of the armed forces. But the real danger is not these members of the armed forces. Monster, chimeric ant. Chimera ants, attracted by the shooting of members of the armed forces, were the real cause of his team's collapse. Addressing all NGL armed forces members. Before the Bakur group had time to evacuate, one of the team was pierced through the head by a fly-shaped ant that suddenly fell from the sky. Bakur saw with his own eyes that the 1-meter-long mouthparts of the fly ant easily passed through the head of his teammate and sucked his brain. Just 1 second. The head collapsed like a leaking ball. Bakur, Hungsi and others naturally launched a counterattack immediately. Flowers. However, it didn't work. In the team of Bakur, except Bakur, no one has mastered the ability of reading. just using the firearms picked up from the NGL armed personnel, launched a counterattack. But the power of firearms has long been known to ants. Several ants with hard shells on their bodies stepped forward and easily blocked all the bullets. Helpless. Utterly helpless. It was the first time that Pensy had encountered such a monster. Stuck in a daze, not knowing what to do. Chimera ants took advantage of the moment when Pensy and her teammates were sluggish, and launched an attack. Two ugly-looking chimeric ants jumped out from behind their companions and jumped in the direction of the two of them. The two people who fell into a sluggishness, although they knew that they could not sit still, but their bodies lost control, and they stared blankly at all this. The two chimeric ants in the air quickly fell, and they were already in front of Pensy. This moment. Pensy even saw the hair swaying in the wind on the chimeric ant's face. Despair. He closed his eyes subconsciously, tears streaming down his face. Poo. Blood spilled on the soil. The two figures fell weakly to the ground, with a thought arrow stuck in their heads. Bakur put down the Nianchi bow and arrow in his hand. Take a deep breath. If his teammates died in front of him like this, he would not know how to face himself in the future. At a critical moment, Bakur noticed something was wrong with his teammates, and immediately used his ability, 7-color bow and arrow. And used the most lethal red bow, converted the nature of chi into flame, and shot out 2 flaming arrows. The heads of 2 chimeric ants that fell to the ground were burned like flames. Full of scars. Pensy slowly opened her eyes. Looking at the 2 chimeric ants lying dead on the ground, only then did he know that he had escaped. Next moment. His legs were paralyzed, and he could no longer support his body, so he sat down on the ground. But Pence had just sat down. Looking in the direction of Bakur, his pupils instantly contracted several times. Son. Chapter 264 Click. Blood was constantly spitting out of his mouth. Go, come on, Pensy, Jialu, you must spread the information here, it's up to you. Bakur moved his body with difficulty and crawled to the side. Beside him was a groundhog-shaped chimeric ant that suddenly appeared. This woodchuck-shaped chimeric ant suddenly emerged from the earth after Bakur dealt with the 2 chimeric ants who attacked Pensy. Taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Bakur had only used 2 energy arrows before, and his strength has not recovered. There was no way to escape for a while. The groundhog-shaped chimeric ant seized the opportunity and bit off his left arm in one fell swoop. This time, his proud mind ability, 7-color bow and arrow, could not be used. Fighting this groundhog-shaped chimeric ant with the 277 borrowing technique alone. Unfortunately, the broken left arm caused him to lose a lot of blood. Physical strength also lost most of it. In this state, it is not a match for the groundhog-type chimeric ant at all. In just a few seconds, he was hit to the ground. At this moment, he knew that he had no hope of surviving. But there are still 2 people in the team. Struggling to look up at Pensy and another teammate, he entrusted everything to these 2. He struggled to get up, blocking the enemy in front of him for the last time. Get Pensy and Jialu a chance to escape. Far away. Pensy looked at the bruises all over Bakur's body, and tears flowed again. Even Bakur, who is a minder, can't deal with the enemy this time, and she doesn't know what to do. Looking decisively at Kur, Pensy struggled to get up. A large number of bees flew out of the hat above her head, looking for the best escape route. At the same time, these bees also have the ability to seek out hunters with a strong breath of life. As Bakur's companion, even if Pensy didn't pass the hunter experiment, she also got the relevant information about Nian from Bakur. It's a pity that her talent is too clumsy, and she doesn't have the talent to open the fine hole. But she still knew the information. The easiest way to identify the strength of a person with the ability to think is to detect the amount of thought in the person with the ability. Although the method is simple, it is already a good detection method. The combat ability of the psychic is mainly composed of 3 parts. 1. Physical fitness mindfulness. 2. Ability. 3. Combat experience. Among the 3 points, as long as one is outstanding, it can be counted as a powerful person. Please, it's up to you. Feeling the dozens of bees flying into the air, Pungs's heart was full of prayers. The last time he turned his head to look at Baku. This boy who was not tall was infinitely taller in her eyes at this time. Next moment, a determined look appeared in Pungs's eyes. Jia-lu, let's run. Pungs's figure kept moving forward. Fear is natural. As a capable person, Bakur can only resist the pursuit of chimeric ants with death at this moment. She is just an ordinary girl who can control bees. How to resist man-eating chimeric ants? But in order to survive, in order to live up to the sacrifice of Bakur, in order to pass the news here to the Hunter Association, she had to run, she had to get out of this place. Under the rubbing of the branches on the side, small wounds appeared on the arm, and the clothes gradually turned into pieces of cloth. No, we can't run away at all. Chimeric ants. Mom, I want Mom. Pungs's companion, Jia-lu, was about to collapse at this moment. It came from the jungle behind him, but let him know that he had never escaped the hunting range. Saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he was not in the mood to wipe it. At this moment, his energy is all on escaping and on the companions in front of him. Spurred on by death, human malice keeps expanding. If it wasn't for Bakur and Pence, I wouldn't be here at all. Yes, it's all their fault. Then in order to survive, I do this, it should be right. His eyes twinkled with prayer. In the end, a decision was made. The arms are raised slowly. A smile hung from the corner of his mouth. Pungs's face was full of tears. She once participated in the hunter test and entered the 4th test, and she also has her own experience in hunting. Know that some animals constantly play with their prey when hunting. Let them go and give these prey hope. Then, after getting tired of playing, kill the prey in one fell swoop. The situation at this time is very similar to the scenes of those hunters having fun in her memory. But now she is the plaything of the chimera ants behind her. Maybe he's really going to die here. Running constantly took Pungs's physical strength a lot. Even the will to survive in her heart urged her to continue running. But her body did not allow her to continue running. Breathing hard. Vision began to blur. Pungsi knew that this was because she had run for too long and her physical strength had reached the limit. The figure that keeps running, the thinking begins to diverge. Pupils lose focus. Am I going to die here? Not reconciled, obviously promised to live. Darkness enveloped Pensi's heart. At this moment, she can't see any hope. Sudden. Hum tilde hum tilde hum tilde. A familiar voice came from his ear. Pungsi recovered instantly. This is the sound of bees. Surprise. Pungsi's heart was full of surprises at this moment. The last message she sent to the bees was to only look for those with powerful abilities to come to the rescue. The presence of bees in the vicinity signaled the arrival of reinforcements from time to time. Faces full of ecstasy, looking up into the air. However, da 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 who. Pungsi's running pace gradually stopped, with a broken smile on her face. Ha, ha ha, I didn't expect it to be a chimeric ant. Looking at the bee-shaped chimeric ants flying in the air with flapping wings. Pungsi's eyes lost color. But even more desperate, is an arm stretched out from behind. Chapter 265 _ Jia-lu looked at the figure that stopped and ran in front of him. There was a hint of ruthlessness in the tired eyes, and he reached out and pushed it mercilessly. Pat! The figure that stopped running fell to the ground. Looking at his companion who fell to the ground in front of him, Jialu turned and ran in the other direction. Survival is his goal. But surviving in this place where chimeric ants are rampant is not an easy thing. Just escaping from this chase is as difficult as going to the sky. But if someone attracts attention, the chances of surviving are greatly improved. The figure who has gone away has a happy smile on the corner of his mouth. With Pence attracting attention, his hopes of survival are greatly increased. Peng Si was pushed to the ground by the thrust from behind. The broken face did not respond at all. Seems to have given up. The moment she saw the bee-shaped chimeric ant, she knew she had nowhere to run. It's Jialu. Well, if you survive, you can spread the information of the chimeric ants, it's worth it. Even the teammates pushed themselves to it and didn't care much. I found a reason to comfort my heart. 14. Hum tilde hum tilde hum tilde. Looking at the bee-shaped chimeric ants slowly falling from the sky, Peng Si slowly closed her eyes. Accepting his own destiny, he quietly waited for death. However, at the moment when she closed her eyes and quietly waited to die. PFFT. A figure with milky white aura all over his body ran quickly from a distance. The distance of several hundred meters passed in an instant. This figure raised his right arm without charging any power, just an ordinary straight punch. It went directly through the body of the bee-shaped chimeric ant. Yatilda really, it's really unfortunate that this blood splattered on my clothes. Bishiji retracted his fist and waved his hand indifferently as if he had just killed a mosquito. Spilled the blood on the hands on the ground. Instead, he kept complaining about the blood on his body. ... A gust of wind suddenly blew overhead. Warm, viscous liquid shot Peng Si's face. The bloody breath prompted Peng Si to open her eyes. A blood-stained fist pierced through the body of the bee-shaped chimeric ant in front of him. Purple-black viscous blood continued to spill out through the wound. Sluggish. Seeing the fist that pierced through the bee-shaped chimeric ant, Peng Si was completely stunned. Puff. The fist was withdrawn by its owner, and the corpse of the bee-shaped chimeric ant fell to the ground. The sound of a corpse falling. Wake up Peng Si from her absence. She looked at the girl in front of her who complained about blood on her tutu skirt. Dry eyes, again condensed tears. Pat. The body that lost its strength, could no longer stand up, and sat down weakly towards the ground. Che, abandoning your comrade, what a scumbag. A young voice came from the general. Caught Pence's attention. It was just this voice that gave her a familiar feeling. Well, although the method is a bit despicable, when the two of them are surrounded by chimeric ants together, leaving their companions and leaving alone is indeed the best way to survive. Although such an approach is despicable. Another young voice seemed to be answering the former. Hearing these two voices, Peng Si felt more and more familiar, and couldn't help but look up in the direction from which the voice came. Seeing the two of them standing together, dissatisfied with what happened to her, Peng Si's eyes gradually widened. One was dressed in a strange aesthetic in green, and the other was dressed in casual, current fashion. Xiaoji and Qiju. Looking at the two people who had met a year ago, Peng Si's voice was full of shock. It was only because of the long running that her mouth was dry and her throat became hoarse. The two names that were called out were low and hoarse. It doesn't sound like a girl's voice at all. The two people in the discussion stopped criticizing Jialu for leaving his partner and running away alone. Look at Pens. Being able to say the names of the two people is clearly acquainted with them. Are you, Miss Burns? Xiaoji looked at the embarrassed Peng Si, and his tone was a little unsure. At this time, Peng Si had small wounds all over her body, including her face. Judging from Xiaoji's many years of experience living in the jungle, this is a small wound cut by branches and grasses while running in the jungle. These small wounds were all over the body, and blood flowed from the wounds. At this moment, Peng Si was no different from a scholar. Such an appearance, Xiaoji naturally couldn't distinguish it. Only by virtue of that exceptionally excellent sense of smell, he could vaguely identify the identity of the girl in front of him. But it had been more than a year since he last met Peng Si, and Peng Si's aura had changed slightly. This made Xiaoji a little unsure. It's me. Yes, it's me. I'm Pence. Choking. Tears flowed out together with the snot. Peng Si didn't know how to express her feelings at the moment. Experience the process of despair, hope, despair again, rescue. Let her be a little broken at the moment. Seeing Xiaoji recognize him, the thread in his heart was completely broken. In the direction of Xiaoji, he pounced directly. Pat. Pounced on Xiaoji's body and burst into tears. Apart from her ability to participate in hunter trials and control bees, she is only a teenage girl. After experiencing so much in a short period of time, after meeting an acquaintance, I can no longer control myself. Jixi, Bishiji, and Yungu looked at Kijia and silently asked about the woman's identity. Just in the face of the three people's inquiries, Qi Guankai and Bright Lungs. During the fourth experiment, he spent most of the time alone, and only went to look for Xiaoji after being reminded by Yi Yi once. When Xiaoji was found, the fourth trial was nearing its end. I don't know much about what happened at the time. The other side of the jungle. I couldn't hold back, I just ate it. The spider-shaped chimeric ant put down the headless corpse in its hands. The tone was full of panic. Chapter 266_. Spider named Piaku. Although the strength is not ranked among the chimeric ants. Compared with ordinary animal-type chimeric ants, his strength is not bad. Of course, it is only not bad. Oh no, Lord Murderer will tell me about me when he sees me like this. What should I do? Grasped Jialu's headless corpse with both hands. Paiku covered his head with his other hands. A strange blush flashed across his green face. Maybe he'll hit me with a whip or hit me with a stick. Oh Murder Lord. As if thinking of something happy, perverted voices kept coming out of his mouth. Excessive excitement made him subconsciously eat the corpse in his hand. After a while, Jialu's corpse was completely eaten up by Paiku's excitement. Looking at the empty hands, Paiku couldn't react. Sudden. Eyes widened suddenly. Master Killer is calling me, that's right. Master Killer is calling me. Special induction routes within ants. Let Paiku feel the call from the commander of the upper division. The spider feet under the feet moved quickly. Hurry in the direction from which the call came. ... Yi Yi stood next to the body of Bakur. Do not. It should be said that it was the torso of Kur and a few pieces of meat. When Yaiki followed Elabella towards the location of the chimera ants she sensed, she happened to meet Pensy who was being chased by the chimeras. Although she didn't care about this low-strength woman, compared to CG, who was also a woman, how could she see Peng Si being eaten as food for chimeric ants? Therefore, Bishiji and the others left behind to solve the chimeric ants who were chasing Peng Si. Yi Yi continued to follow Elbella, and finally came to the chimera ant that was eating the flesh and blood of Bakur. The moment the two fell from the air, Elabella brutally tore the chimeric ants that devoured Kur into pieces. Compared with the ending in the original book, where she was taken by Catwoman to make meatballs for the chimeric ant queen, this time she died simply and neatly. Although he was also eaten by chimeric ants as food, at least judging from the calm expression on his face, there was no pain when he died. Waste flame. The reiki on the right hand flickered. He waved at the only remaining torso of Bakur. A knife-like red slash flew out of Yi Yi's hand. Landed on the wreckage of Bakur. The flames ignited suddenly, burning the remains of Bakur, leaving only a pinch of ashes. Away with the wind, scattered in the forest of Ngl. After solving the funeral of Bakur, Yi Yi turned his head and looked into the depths of the forest. After watching it for so long, it must be time to come out. Marion, hidden in the depths of the forest, shook the lizard body. Didn't expect to be found out. Before I had time to think, I immediately used another ability, God's Alibi. The breath disappeared instantly. After Marion used his ability, he held his breath and ran into the distance. Elbera saw all of the groundhog-shaped chimeric ants torn apart and devoured by him. If he hadn't believed in his ability, he would have run away immediately. But he didn't expect that he would be discovered. Yi glanced at the direction Marion was leaving, but didn't care. Marion was indeed discovered by Reiatsu perception, but the person Yi said was not him. Far away. Oh, at the voice came from the woods. Quite a while. A figure quietly walked out of it. It's a femme fatale with a scorpion tail. I didn't expect to be able to find me. It's kind of interesting. The sound full of magnetism shows the arrogance of the person who comes. Although I don't know what level it is behind you, it seems a little unreasonable to kill my subordinates so recklessly. Killing cruelty is when Bakura releases his thoughts. I have already sensed this breath, and rushed here for the first time. When she arrived here, she happened to see the scene of Elberasen's own subordinates swallowing it. It's just that due to Elabella's strength, she didn't come out immediately. I plan to wait for Yi and Elabella to leave, and share their information with the division leaders such as Corridor. Solve the two together. In the past few days, we have encountered powerful enemies, which are all solved by this method. Our chimeric ants care about the lives of their subordinates, are you kidding me? Heard the excuse of murder. Yi responded dismissively. Chimeric ants are themselves a race with a clear hierarchy. The upper-ranking ethnic group has a natural suppressing effect on the lower-ranking ethnic group. To the upper race, the lower race are nothing but tools that can be created at any time. That is to say, the chimeric ants are just developing. In the later stage, the division leaders will not participate in these predation activities, and the soldier ants will be fully empowered to complete them. You said that such a species of survival will affect the life of its subordinates. Just kidding. Che, what do I say, it's my own will, don't take yourself too high, human. Crunch tilde. Killing Cruel coldly looked at Yi. A mere human being. She was born for about 10 days. During this period, humans have been her recipe, and she has been constantly hunting for food. But now there is a human being speaking to her in such a tone. Contempt. This is contempt for her. A dark and cold breath emanated from her. Read to Jiao Jiao has long been no secret to chimeric ants. A large number of hunters from the Hunter Association came to destroy the chimeric ants, and almost all of them became foodies for the chimeric ants. Selfless dedication. Of these hunters, the chimeric ants above the Legion commander have mastered the ability to think. Among them, division leaders who are good at combat, such as killing and killing, have developed their own abilities. The body is low, and the several-meter-long scorpion tail is constantly swaying in the direction of Yi. Compared to Elbera, Killer believed that Yoichi was the least threatening, and prior to the start of the battle, he prioritized killing Yoichi, who was the weakest on the scene. It's a pity that she didn't know that Yi is just condensing her breath to the extreme. Dare to speak to me with this gesture, who gave you the courage? The cold eyes looked at the killing. This woman, this moment is doomed. Chapter 267 Murderous thoughts. Not worth mentioning for the night one. Under the perception of Reiatsu, the murderous aura had already surpassed Bishiji by a few points. But still can't threaten Yi. Certainly. If he insisted on blaming him, he could only blame Yi for cultivating his assassination technique to the extreme. The ability to hide breath. Even a person with the world's top ability like Jed can't sense Yi's breath. He rolled his eyes with malicious slaughter all over his body. Yi turned around and walked in the direction of Bishiji and the others. Elbera instinctively felt threatened by the species of chimeric ants, and under the stimulation of her instinct, she wanted to clear all chimeric ants within the range of perception. The appearance of killing and killing further stimulated her killing instinct. At this time, the aura on her body became more and more irritable. If it wasn't for Yi's absolute control over her, she would have rushed to kill at this moment. Bastard. You ignore me like this. I'm going to make you pay. Killer's face became extremely ugly. No longer scruples about Elabella on the side. The figure disappeared instantly. Actively launched an attack on Yi. The scenery around him kept receding from behind him, and bursts of sonic booms sounded behind him. Such amazing speed. It has even surpassed Bishiji, who has been practicing for decades. Species of chimeric ant. The family bonus makes them always different from ordinary people in talent. Killing is reflected in her speed. Pity. In terms of speed, both Yi and Elbira are far from killing a few blocks. Ignore the killing intent behind him. Yi walked towards the position of Biji and others. As for Elabella, her figure appeared on the only way to kill and kill. The sharp claws waved casually. Next moment, Killing just rushed in front of Elabella. It was as if he handed his body to Elabella's claws. Scoff. How fast the sprint was before the killing, the speed of flying away now is so much. Tall trees were broken by her. But she also stopped after only flying a dozen meters away. Killer struggled to get up from the ground. I saw that the abdomen was cut by a sharp blade, and the purple organs were exposed to the air. Vomiting. Blood keeps spitting out of Killer's mouth. But at this time, she didn't care about her abdominal injury at all. Reach out to touch his face. Looking at the purple-black blood on his hands, his breath instantly became more violent. Elabella's attack was mainly on her abdomen, but the moment she swung the claws in her hand, under the terrifying power and speed, one after another sharp wind blades emerged out of thin air. Area attack on Killer. Unfortunately, the murdered face was within the scope of supply. Face. You dare to hurt my face. Killing hands kept shaking. It's not fear, it's anger at the damage to your appearance. Killed as chimeric ants fused with human female genes. While its strength is far beyond that of ordinary chimeric ants, it is also affected by the original body's genes. Pay special attention to your appearance. It turned out that in time and space, because Phaeton injured her face, she fell into berserk mode. Now, Killing saw that the appearance that he cared about most was hurt, and the anger in his heart reached the limit. He had completely forgotten the fact that Elabella was far superior to her. Anger drives the Killing into madness. Never forgive you. Roaring madly. The breath on his body became deeper and deeper. He turned his body directly and hugged his tail with both hands. I will never forgive you for hurting my face. Even if you enter the ugliest state, I will never forgive you. Roar. Killing hysterically screaming. Smooth lavender arms, highlighting the muscles. To maintain good looks. Kill usually limit their own strength. But now for revenge, she is no longer binding herself. She must use all her strength to make the unknown Zerg who harmed her pay the price. Puff. A scorpion tail several meters long. Abruptly was killed and torn off by himself. Next moment. Swelling, the body of Killing Name began to swell. The beautiful body has changed. Muscles swelled up in the Killing body, and the breath increased several times. A moment of effort. A muscular, dinosaur-like creature appeared in front of Elabella. No flaws, my body has no flaws. I shook hands, feeling my strength. The murderer who entered the transformation state began to get carried away. The knight that walks away slowly. Feel the feudal aura behind you. Shaking his head in disappointment. Even though chimeric ants have absorbed human genes, they have great strength. But the vast majority of chimeric ants are still unable to do the same as humans. If it were a human, when feeling the unfathomable reiatsu of Elabella, they would voluntarily choose to retreat. But the chimeric ants are different. Even if they feel the difference in strength between the two sides, most of the chimeric ants will not give up. While the emotion is weak, it also represents not paying attention to one's own life. Ah, give me death. Killing and Killing felt the power that swelled several times in the body. Laughing wildly, he attacked Elabella. Boom tilde boom tilde boom tilde. Every step of the run leaves a hole in the ground. A flurry of dust rose behind her. With her ugly and powerful appearance like a dinosaur at this time, it gives people the illusion that her strength is actually very powerful. Well, yes, it's an illusion. Elbera's strength as the Insect King was comparable to that of Nitro. Now it has absorbed the thoughts of everyone in the Phantom Troop and many capable people. The improvement in strength has long surpassed that of Nitro. Facing the division leader of a mere chimeric ant, will she lose? Non-existent. Standing elegantly in place. The right arm was raised, and a sharp blade popped out of the arm's armor. Stuck on armor. Slowly bring your arms parallel to your chest. 1. Looking at Xian's eyes, there was an icy killing intent. Launching the attacking killing, looking at Elabella's actions, there is only disdain in her heart. Actively speed up the impact. But the next moment. PFFT. An ugly head rose into the sky. Chapter 268 _ Pensy escaped from death. Grief and fear uncontrollably came to my mind. Subconsciously, he hugged Xiaoji. And snot covered Xiaoji's clothes. BCG, Yungu, Jixi, Shishina, soothing, panic, source, and cooking, vinegar, and dumplings. When I came back at night, I just saw this picture. A casual glance. Withdrawing his mind, he walked towards Bishiji and the others. Kung Si, an ordinary person with no awakening mind, was able to survive purely by luck. In this world, lack of strength is a sin. An ordinary person can't attract Yi Yi's attention. As expected of Yi Yi, he easily solved the enemy. Bishiji looked at Yoichi who was walking towards him. Reach out for a thumbs up. Although she wanted to help Kung Si stay here, she could vaguely sense a strong aura. This breath, even a bit stronger than her. However, just as she sighed, this powerful breath suddenly disappeared. What happened in this, she can naturally judge from her experience. It's just that she guessed wrong. This time it was Elbella, and Yaiki just went there together to gather information. The strength of chimeric ants is changing too fast. Yi Yi didn't answer. Instead, he talked about the changes in the strength of chimeric ants. According to the Hunter Association, the chimeric ant variant was first discovered a week ago. It took 3 days for intelligence hunters to find its possible location. After getting the news, 3 days have passed since the first hunter team came here. Listen to Yi Yi's analysis. Bishiji's face gradually changed. As a veteran hunter who has experienced 2 Zerg invasions, she has a wealth of experience. That is to say, it took only 3 days at most for the chimeric ants, and because of these hunters who came one step ahead, they possessed a strength stronger than mine. The tone became deep. If her guesses are correct, the chimeric ants are a bit more threatening than predicted. Coming to NGL, I experienced several attacks by chimeric ants. She also discovered the difference between chimeric ants and Zerg. The evolution method of the Zerg is that the female insect absorbs life energy, and after the individual evolves, it develops a large number of subordinate Zerg of different forms, and pushes everything in the form of explosive soldiers. The evolutionary method of chimeric ants is the inheritance method of creating offspring through feeding and genetics, so that the entire group evolves together. The two are very similar, just the choices are different. Soldier Ant, Legion Commander, Division Commander, Guard, Queen, Ant King. In his mouth, he talked about the classification of the chimeric ant population. Bishiji's face became even more ugly. Only the strength of the division leader has surpassed her. And behind the division head, there are 3 levels of division. At this moment, she completely understood how terrifying the threat of chimeric ants was. Aside. Instead of thinking about the chimera ants, Yaiki thought about the next action plan. The traces of human life in the woods made him a little concerned. Near the felled trees, there are several weapons that do not belong to NGL. This style of weapon, Yi had seen in the Hunter Association's data room, was a traditional weapon called the Ashika tribe. The Ashika nation is a minority living in the United States of Ida. It is a nation where the whole people are martial. Yi remembered that it was recorded in the data room that each generation of the Ashika tribe would have outstanding clansmen who passed the hunter test to become a hunter. Looking at the blood-stained weapons, I was reminded of the identity of their weapon owners. What happened to him? Yi could guess. It is nothing more than lack of strength and other reasons, and was eventually captured and swallowed by chimeric ants. This also explains why the chimeric ants mastered the ability of mind before catching the Bakur. Original time and space. The opportunity for chimeric ants awakening was when Bakur was killed and captured and sent to the chimeric ant queen for rations. He tried to escape, but was eventually captured by Catwoman. Finally, its brain was manipulated to reveal all the information of Nyan to the chimeric ant. Of course, it's just bad luck. For creatures like chimeric ants, it is only a matter of time before they acquire the ability to read. Flowers. Devouring human evolution will surely be counterattacked by humans. Among them, there is no shortage of capable people. After these abilities are captured, they can also reveal the existence of mind. Just as the chimera ants have not been caught this time, the chimera ants have mastered the ability of mind first. The development of this time and space has diverged from the original time and space. Regardless of his qualifications or strength, Baisiji is enough to rank in the middle of the 12 earthly branches. It's a pity that she is not interested in the so-called 12 earthly branches. However, her strength is incomparable to even the division leader among the chimeric ants. Compared with the original time and space, the strength of the chimeric ant has been greatly enhanced. 0. Yi didn't know if it was because of his arrival that this time and space had changed. But this does not prevent him from continuing to become stronger in this world. Take back your mind. Yi looked up at Bisuki. 4 kilometers to the south, there is a human breath. Yi was not kidding. The 10-kilometer perception range made it easy for him to explore everything nearby. When I followed Elabella to search for the Blood Master, I happened to feel a human breath. Not surprisingly, it is the residential living area that was perceived earlier. The direction in which Bakur and others fled was exactly the direction of this residential area. It's NGL residential area. The expression on his face suddenly froze. As a hunter, Bakur wouldn't scout the surrounding terrain in advance. Don't know where there is a residential living area. But even so, he still led people to run in this direction. With such a large range of NGL, they tend to go to this place, and its purpose is not difficult to guess. This is also the reason for the change in Bishiji's face. If they continue to escape, what kind of fate this residential area will suffer, even if it is not mentioned overnight, the result can be imagined. She did not expect that such a presence would appear among the hunters. Bakur, he is not fit to be a hunter. Chapter 269 Blue sky. There are endless clouds of different shapes. Drip, drip, drip. Strange voices sounded high in the sky. Quite a while. An airship rushed out of the rolling clouds. Continued to move in the direction of the set destination. Airship. Molawu and Norbu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows with serious expressions. The beautiful sky scene did not attract the attention of the two. Chimeric ants, is it really necessary for the president to take this seriously? Nob looked at the changing cloudscape outside the window. It seems that he has seen the picture of himself and others fighting. And that race called chimeric ants. I don't know, but the chairman is so serious, it must not be easy. Molawu took the giant pipe easily in his hand. One by one smoke rings of 280 spit out from his mouth. Like Nob, Molawu saw Nitro's abnormality in his eyes. After boarding the airship, they cut off contact with the outside world. Enter the training room of the airship. Keep exercising your body and try your best to regain your strength. After hearing the information about the chimeric ants, Nitro thought that he would die in this disaster for no reason. This unreasonable thought excites Nitro. After reaching his current strength, he has been bored for many years. There is no rival in the world. Let him be immersed in emptiness all day long, and after a long time, he has become a gray-haired old man. But even so, no one could surpass him. Maybe it's been a long time, maybe I'm used to it. Nitro had thought that he would live the rest of his life peacefully until he died. However, this warning made him interested. After the strength is strong enough, it is not a difficult thing to perceive one's own death. Excited. I don't know how long it has been since he was so excited for the first time. Boss standing on the top of the mountain. Once again become a challenger to challenge others. Drink. Tick-tock. With a punch, sweat dripped from his body on the floor, making a ticking sound. A puddle of sweat formed under Nitro's feet. Woo tilde. Withdrawing his swung fist, Nitro closed his fist in front of him and prayed. Gratitude. Fist up, thanks. A set of movements is performed 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times in a row. Nitro's momentum began to rise continuously. Thank you, this is the true meaning that Nitro realized during his several years of ascetic practice. With this truth, he defeated enemies around the world. Become the world's most well-deserved hunter world 100 years ago. Decades later. As a challenger, he was grateful again, punched, closed his fist, and thanked. Boom tilde. I don't know how many times I'm grateful. Nitro punched again. The terrifying fist wind instantly brushed the edge of the airship and flew into the distance. The dense voids filled the walls of the training room, which were all caused by the style of his fists. Practice outdoor. Molawu stretched out his left hand and took off his sunglasses, which had been shattered by a punch in the training room. Calmly knock on the door. After placing dozens of nutritional medicines at the door of the training room, he turned and left. In the past few days, he did not know how many times he had done this exercise, and he had already formed a muscle reflex. In order to save all time and time for meals, Nitro directly drinks nutritional medicine instead of food on weekdays. Recover yourself as quickly as possible, the strength that fades away with age. An excited smile filled the corners of Nitro's mouth. This time, he just wanted to kill the chimeric ants, or be killed by the chimeric ants. The peaceful breath on his body was disturbed for a moment. A dark breath leaked out. Molawu, who was walking towards his room on the airship, suddenly stopped. He turned around suspiciously. In his sight, the training room has been enveloped by a golden aura. Shook his head. Sure enough, I was so nervous that I had hallucinations. I consoled myself and continued walking towards my room. Practice indoor. The excited smile was replaced by a dull one. But the high-spirited fighting spirit on his body revealed the true thoughts in his heart. Flowers bloom on both sides, and the Buddha and the devil think about it. The world only knows that Nitro is the president of the Hunter Association and was once called the strongest man in the world. But who knows that the road to be the strongest in the world is paved with the bones of countless heroes. Nitro and Jade. Avalokiteshvara of the 100 Worlds and the 100 Ghosts. Opposite, but can become each other at any time. Buddhas can rule the world, but they can also degenerate into demons to rule the world. Although the devil has fallen, he can put down the butcher's knife and incarnate into a Buddha. In the blue sky, two figures that were supposed to be opposites merged with each other at this moment. NGL Autonomous Region. I won't shoot unless it's necessary. Yi stood in the open space with his arms crossed, watching the sky full of chimeric ants flying towards him. Beside Jixi, Xiaoji, and Kioran remain extremely vigilant. Behind the three are a group of unarmed native NGL residents. Based on the experience of the three of them in the past 2 days, they believed that Yi would definitely do what he said. If they can't solve the chimera ants in the sky, the group of people behind them. Kill them all and leave none of them. Icy voice. Make the three of them play the spirit of 12 points. Thinking of the horrific images they have seen these days, the three of them fell silent, and the breath on their bodies became low. Ha ha, humans. So many the human beings, this time the queen will definitely praise us. Chimeric ants with pigeon heads in the air. Look at the night crowd below. There was an excited smile on his face. Led dozens of chimeric ants behind him, bent down and rushed down. Jixi, Xiaoji, and Kioran looked at this picture, and their eyes were full of coldness. Aura surged through the three of them. Moved, the body of the three moved. Take a few steps forward, getting faster, then trotting, and finally running forward at full speed. It collided with the chimeric ants that fell from the air. In an instant, various sounds came from it. Blood and mourning are the main tunes at this time. NGL Aborigines in the distance looked at this picture with horror on their faces. Chapter 270 _ Since coming to NGL. 3 days have passed. During these 3 days, Yi and the others were not idle. Instead, they have been hunting chimeric ants in the NGL. During this period, the nest of the chimeric ant was naturally found. On the day the division leader was killed, the nest of the chimeric ants was found. But when Yi and the others arrived, the nest was completely empty. Only a few worker ants were left, carrying some meatballs. Obviously. Before Yi and the others arrived. The chimeric ants have already learned the information of Yi and others through some channel. The evacuation work is carried out first, and the queen and countless food are left first. And the worker ants in charge of carrying the food seem to have received an order to commit suicide if they are caught by the enemy. Kill each other in the first place. There was no chance for Yi and the others to be tortured at all. Looking at the empty chimeric ant's nest, Yi could only search for some blood or the body tissue dropped from the chimeric ants. Try to use Elabella's abilities to find these chimeric ants. It can be seen that after realizing Yi's strength, these chimeric ants were extremely cautious and did not leave any clues. 14. Finally. A few people in the night only found some half-made meatballs in this nest. These raw materials were used by chimeric ants by some unknown means. Obviously most of the body has disappeared and was made into meatballs. But in order to ensure the freshness of the meat, the raw materials are hanged by unknown means, but this way of living is somewhat worse than death. Before leaving the lair, Bishiji and the others were covered in blood. In the end, a huge waste flame burned this bloody and dark lair to the ground. After leaving the chimeric ant nest, Bishiji and others began their journey to hunt and kill chimeric ants. While searching for a new lair, it is also seeking revenge. In this regard, Yi is of course happy to see this scene. To him, it doesn't matter how many people die or who have nothing to do with him. As the saying goes, I don't know you, why should I feel sad and angry for a stranger like you? But the deaths of these people arouse the anger in the hearts of Bishiji and the others. That's enough. Anger can often prompt a person to become stronger quickly. Since I decided to take them with me, their strength must be strengthened. What the chimeric ants do is precisely the opportunity to promote them to become stronger. During these 3 days, Bishiji and others killed hundreds of chimeric ants. But the chimeric ants of the division leader and above have never been seen again. Those who came out to pray were all worker ants and legion commanders. Those division commanders seemed to be afraid of the strength of Yi and the others. Certainly. Even so, Yi could still use Bengyu to learn the location of the new nest from the memories of these chimeric ants. Yi had this ability and did so. The address of the new lair was easily obtained. But he didn't take Bishiji and others to the new lair. If revenge is done so simply, it doesn't seem to have any meaning. Compared with Siji and others, the strength is still a lot worse than chimeric ants. The initiative of the game had been put into Yi's hands long ago, so he naturally had to make full use of this opportunity. On the bright side, Yoichi and Bishiji and the others searched for the nests of chimeric ants while exterminating all the chimeric ants they encountered. Secretly, he led everyone around in circles around the new nest of the chimera ants. Acting as a firefighter, while rescuing the original inhabitants of NGL, enhanced the strength of Bishiji and others. Certainly. All this was done so seamlessly, even Bishiji and Yunji-yu didn't notice it. Bishiji's comprehensive strength can be ranked among the 12 earthly branches. But this does not mean how powerful the 12 earthly branches are. During the chairman election meeting, Hisoka judged the strength of several 12 earthly branches, and most of the members did not have a high score in his heart. Not even as ill fans. Bishiji, as a person with the ability of the transformation system, her ability is Miss Cookie. An ability that is perfect for women, but doesn't help in combat. All of her strength is based on her tempered body and extremely skilled application of mind power. Such strength may be regarded as a strong player in the Hunter Association. But in the face of the strengthened chimeric ants, it seems a little powerless. The strength of the division commander surpassed that of Bishiji. If she only encountered one division leader, she might be able to deal with it for a while until other people came to support her. But if there are more than two, even if she joins forces with Yunji-yu, the ending of death cannot be avoided. A legion commander who is a little weaker than a division commander just happens to be a good training target. Only the legion commander can match her strength. Therefore, the battle with the corps commander not only ensured that Bishiji and others need to make full shots, but also provided the experience of life and death. The addition of the two further stimulated the improvement of Bishiji's strength. In the past 2 days, Bishiji even took the initiative to leave and took Yunji-yu to find the Legion long-level opponents fight. Jixi, Xiaoji, and Chi Yaoren, who were left behind by the two, naturally wouldn't follow Yi with nothing to do. Look for NGL residents, release a lot of life breath to attract chimeric ants, and then Xiaoji and others will fight to protect these NGL residents. In this way, it can be said that the three of them are forced to grow up. The first time the chimeric ants were attracted, the three little ones barely survived under the chimeric ant colony. Impossible to fight back at all. But even so, the chimeric ants could not solve the three in a short time. The chimeric ants who reacted divided some members to capture those NGL residents. As for the knight, he did what he said, and if he didn't make a move, he would never make a move. Finally, a few chimeric ants were not satisfied with just catching these residents, and attacked Yi, who was doing nothing to watch the play. In the face of the attack, Yi will naturally fight back, and easily deal with the chimeric ants who attacked him. Such a relaxed appearance made Jixi, who could barely survive, feel extremely disappointed in themselves. In the following days, such enticements take place every day. The strength of Jixi and others grew rapidly under the pressure. But some new visitors interrupted Yi's game time. Chapter 271 _ It started out as a stone. Rock, scissors, rock. A lot of thoughts were condensed on Xiaoji's fist shrunk around his waist. Accumulate. Constantly accumulating. The thought in the hand became stronger because of the power. When the charge reached the limit, Xiaoji's figure rushed forward. Target, beetle-type chimeric ant. Big idea. It made Xiaoji's fist glow with golden light. Boom tilde tilde. Like a fire explosion. At this moment, the head of this beetle-type chimera ant was pierced. Woo tilde. Xiaoji's figure, although piercing the head of the beetle chimeric ant, is still running forward. The 4 chimeric ants on the same route were solved at one time. After a while, Xiaoji's figure stopped running. Feeling the lack of thought in the body, he couldn't help but smile. It's not enough to kill 11 chimeric ants. Sure enough, my strength is still far behind. Far away. Jixi, who is an operation department, and Chi, who is a change department. The two are still fighting. Unconsciously, Jixi's strength has caught up with the two, and even because of the high-intensity daily exercise, his strength, speed, and even physical strength are far superior to Xiaoji. Qian used the skills of beating the enemy's Hakka traditions and the ability he had developed himself to make the most appropriate attack with the least amount of effort. Xiaoji, who is a reinforcement system. It seems to have fallen far behind the two. Far away. Yi leaned against a tree and watched the performance of the three leisurely. Behind them are a group of NGL residents. They were no longer panicking for the first time, and looked at the battle of Jixi and others with curiosity. This is not the first time a scene like this has happened. Since the arrival of these outsiders, this group of monsters has attacked their village 3 times in a row. But under the resistance of the 3 children in the distance, the monsters' attack failed. This is why they are not worried at all at this moment. This time, they even took the initiative to get together and happily watched the 3 of Jixi battle monsters. Although I don't know what the purpose of these people is, with those 3 children around, they won't suffer any harm. However, the development of things always hits you at a critical moment. The group of villagers did not find out. At a distance of a few hundred meters behind them, dozens of chimeric ants secretly sneaked up. Only Yoichi, who was leaning against the tree trunk, cast a casual glance in that direction. However, it was only a glance. The NGL group of people is not his, but some tools to stimulate the growth of Jixi and others. The more dead, the better to stimulate Jixi and others. The figure leaning against the tree, silently waiting for everything to happen. After a few minutes. Ah, strange, monster. Fearful voices came from the crowd. A chimeric ant that looks like a mouse but has feathered arms. He grabbed a villager who was watching the play and opened his cherry mouth before he could react. Crunch tilde. Cherry's small mouth instantly expanded dozens of times. Directly bite the villagers' heads into pieces. Crunch tilde crunch tilde. Chewing the flesh and blood in his mouth, the chimeric ant had an excited smile on his face. Lamotte. The Legion commander of chimeric ants. It is the product of mixing mouse and shrike genes. It is accustomed to hang the caught prey on a book for air-drying storage. This action was led by him. Under the interference of Yi these few days, the life of the chimeric ants has not been as easy as expected. Yi brought Jixi and a few others, always in time for the chimeric ants to catch food, and came to various villages to prepare in advance. Bai Siji and Yunji Yu, while hunting the commander of the army, are also protecting these villages. 2 groups of people, although not many. But because of this, the speed of the transfer is beyond imagination, and it is always possible to feel the scene before the tragedy occurs. Most of the division leaders of the Chimera ants were afraid of the strength of Yi and Elbera, and did not dare to go out of the nest to prey on their own. But the queen is giving birth to the Ant King at this time, which is the moment when nourishment is needed. The chimeric ants could only send out a large number of soldier ants. Divided into several waves, predation in separate waves. In this way, although the number of people is reduced, the food that can be brought back by each prey is reduced. But it was barely able to provide for the queen to conceive. Only in this way, other chimeric ants have no chance to eat as casually as before. It can only feed on various livestock raised by humans and various beasts that NGL survives. Certainly. Such a hard time is about to end, and after several days of attacks, the chimeric ants discovered a little. Every time they prey on them, if they don't take the initiative to attack them, Yi is just watching silently. Such a discovery will undoubtedly be of great help to their subsequent actions. Panic. The moment I saw the chimeric ant emerge from behind me. NGL villagers who were still watching the play were full of panic at the moment. Running away, everyone is running away with all their strength. For fear that he would be a step behind, he became the food of these monsters. Mom, Mom, save me. A child who was only a few years old was picked up by the chimera ants. Seeing how he kept crying, he thought for a moment, and then threw it aside. Humans who are too young are not within the range of predation. The volume is too small and there is not much meat at all. Wasting a food carrying spot for him is clearly not worth it. Who paid for it? Coludo has informed all the chimeric ants in advance of this. Look at the monster that left. This human child is somewhat incomprehensible. But he undoubtedly survived, and ran in the direction of the home in his memory in a panic. Along the way, full of blood and mourning. However, he did not care to observe these. In his young mind, home was the safest place. There is a mother who loves her, and a bed where she can sleep peacefully. ... Looking at the smashed door. Through the broken door, an ugly figure crouched inside the house. Pat. Tears fell to the ground. The figure in the house stopped his movements. Turning to look, a bloody smile appeared on his face. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Open black lens bracket. I found you. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 272 _. Damn it. Damn it. Why so weak? Why am I so weak? Roar. This is the only thing Xiaoji can do at this time. The sneak attack of the chimeric ants was silent. Xiaoji was battling the first wave of chimeric ants and didn't notice it at all. A large number of humans were preyed on, and many breaths disappeared. He discovered all this, but it was already too late. Even if he wanted to support him, the chimeric ants in front of him were holding him back and he couldn't get out of it. I can only feel the human breath disappearing dryly. Roaring at himself constantly. For the first time, Xiaoji hated himself for being so weak. However, it was useless. No matter how he roared, it still couldn't change any ending. Only Jixi. Feel the dwindling human breath. His eyes widened. Kicked away the chimeric ant in front of him. With the help of the reaction force, run quickly to the distance. It turned out to be the chimera ant in front of him who was not depressed and gave support to the village in the distance. Compared to Xiaoji's hatred of himself, he prefers to change everything by taking action. The thoughts on his body surged rapidly. Almost all the thoughts of the whole body poured into his arms. Flow, vs. hard. Techniques are used at the same time, arms crossed in front of the body, used as a shield against the surrounding ant attack. After a few minutes, Jixi was surrounded by many chimeric ants and rushed out of the heavy siege. Rushed to the village. In the village at this time, broken houses can be seen everywhere. A large number of humans were captured by chimeric ants. Fortunately, most of these chimeric ants are workers who are specialized in capturing food, and their job is to obey orders. Catching food is just catching food. Stealing this thing will not happen easily. Only chimeric ants above the rank of Legion Commander can generate personal will. Eating or hunting humans for pleasure. It is a performance unique to the rank of Legion Commander or above. Jihi in a few days of fighting. This has already been discovered, so in order to solve this crisis and save those captured humans, the only way to solve this time is to solve the army commander who led the team. Running figure. Feel the breath around you. Circle has been stretched to the limit. As a capable person of the operating system, Jixi is very handy in the manipulation of thoughts. The limit of the circle is 25 meters in radius. Although it is a lot worse than the 10 kilometers radius of Yi. Jixi had only been in contact with Nian for only a year at this time. To be able to reach this level in such a short period of time has surpassed 90% of the capable people in the world. Found it. A figure running fast in the village. He stopped abruptly and changed his running direction. The power of thought gathers underfoot. Pung. Cobweb-like fissures spread for meters. Jixi's figure disappeared instantly. In the village, Lamont leaned over to eat the food in front of him. The towering fat was torn off in one bite. Chewing constantly in the mouth. Grunt. Throat wiggles up and down. The flesh and blood entered the body along the throat. Ha, ha ha, humans, this is the real food. The excited voice could not be suppressed. It has been a long time since he enjoyed human beings so happily. Today's choice to lead a team to hunt is definitely the most correct decision. Sudden. A hot gaze came from behind. The excited Lamont seemed to feel something. Turn around and look. A human cub stood outside the house with despair on his face. Such an expression made Lamont feel inexplicable pleasure, and the smile on his face was even more exaggerated. Look at the green hair of this kid, and look at the same green hair on the woman under him. Special thoughts come to mind. Lamont, he himself is also green. Puff. Reached out and ripped a piece of flesh from the woman. Little devil, eat it. Throwing flesh on human cubs. Lamont is the product of a mix of mouse and shrike genes. The shrike is the habit of the female and the male to feed the chicks together. When the chicks become adults, they will also habitually ask their parents for food. He looked at the human cub with similar hair color in front of him. Shrike genes at work in Lamont. Throw the food you caught on the human cub. Eat it. Lamont frowned slightly, and simply leaned over and grabbed the piece of meat. Forcefully shoved it into the mouth of the human cub. The cub doesn't eat meat, he just throws it in his mouth. Forced to swallow the blood of blood relatives in his mouth, tears kept streaming down both sides of his face. When Jixi arrived here, he happened to see this scene. The distance is too far. With one hand into a palm, he aimed at Lamont who was squatting on the ground. A bullet shot out of his hand. As a person with the ability of the operating system, the bullet has already been mastered, and it is even handy to use. He is confident that he will never accidentally hurt that human child. Pity. Although Jixi is confident, Lamont's reaction is far beyond his imagination. The gene from the mouse gave him a reaction speed far exceeding that of ordinary chimeric ants. The gene from the shrike gave him dynamic vision far beyond that of ordinary chimeric ants. The moment you feel the bullet, subconsciously grab the human cub in front of him and blocked him. Pung. Flesh and blood. Lamont turned his eyes to Jihi in the distance. Anger welled up. I will never forgive you. The muscles of the legs squatting on the ground rapidly swelled. The dark breath condensed on his legs. Next moment. Boom tilde 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 tilde. The smoke and dust rose to dozens of heights in the sky. Jixi can only sense with the circle, when he can feel the breath of Lamont. A cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Dark and full of malicious aura, very similar to evil spirits. The devil is for revenge, but Lamont in front of him just kills for the sake of killing. Subconsciously raised his arms in front of him. But Lamont, who is far stronger than the worker ants, can't be easily blocked by him. The figure of Lamont appeared in front of Jixi in an instant. Boom. Jihi was kicked into the air. Cough cough. Blood spurted from his mouth. This attack completely exceeded his defense limit. Chapter 273 _ Jihi's figure fluttered in the air. The blood spit out from the mouth turned into an arc and sprinkled from the air. This blow completely surpassed Jihi's defense. Lost feeling in both arms. Even the pain has disappeared. At this moment, he even thought that his arms were completely scrapped. The body kept rolling in the air. Jixi bent forward while trying to tuck her legs under her belly. To curl up against the shock of the fall. Lamont did not easily let him go. Bend your legs slightly. Looking at Jihi's whereabouts in the sky, he calculated his movement, trajectory. Next moment. Boom tilde. A roar sounded. Lamont's figure disappeared again. Familiar cobweb-like cracks appeared on the ground. It's just that compared to the last time, the scope is larger and wider this time. In the air, Lamont's body rubbed against the air, making a chi-chi sound. Watching Jihi who is constantly shortening the distance with him. The corners of his mouth grinned to the sides. The claws were unconsciously covered with dark thoughts. Rare species, Lamont has killed a lot. The level of nutrition that is comparable to 1,000 people still makes him reminisce. He is confident that he can tear this little devil in front of him with one move. This moment. He seemed to have seen himself, and swallowed this nutritious and chewy flesh and blood into his belly one by one. Saliva is continuously secreted in the mouth and flows out from the corners of the mouth. However, he did not notice that Yi Yi was leaning against a tree trunk in the distance. I do not know when it has disappeared. Death to me. The figure of Lamott came to Jixi and watched Jixi curled up and kept spinning. Greed flickers in his eyes. With superior dynamic vision, even if Jixi's body keeps flipping in the air, he can accurately find the spine. He stabbed mercilessly. He has experience. Attacking this position has a great chance to cause the enemy to lose control of the body. He wants to raise the little devil in front of him and eat it slowly. The difference between a meal and a meal. Even chimeric ants can tell the difference. As soon as the kid loses control of his body, he eats a piece of meat to help him heal. This will have a steady stream of fresh food. Unfortunately, his idea was doomed to fail. It seems a little unreasonable if you hurt Jihi like this. A cold voice suddenly sounded from his ear. At the same time, a gust of wind blew through the air. Lamott's eyes widened sharply. Someone appeared above him, but he didn't notice it at all. If he hadn't taken the initiative to speak, maybe he wouldn't know it until he died. Struggling to raise his head, he looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in the air. This moment. Time seemed to be delayed indefinitely. A cold face, with a black suit. A black top hat is worn on the head. A burst of strange energy is emitted. A simple match, matched with that icy voice. But Lamott felt inexplicable fear. Unmatched. This is an idea that automatically popped into Lamott's mind when he saw Yi Yi Shi. Can't be hostile. If you are hostile to him, you will surely die. Warning, the brain warned Lamott frantically. But the pride in his heart kept persuading him. If you don't take action this time, you will no longer have the ability to resist when facing this man in the future. Hesitant. Stop it, or start it. The brain began to empty, and Lamott didn't know what to do. Sudden. A bloody smell poured into his nostrils. The smell of blood on Jixi's body stimulated the thinking of Lamott. The confused eyes began to recover. I am the Legion commander of chimeric ants. How could I be afraid of a mere human being? Impossible. Even if I die, I will never yield to mere humans. Pride, the pride of being a chimeric ant eventually prevailed. Sharp claws change attack direction. The feet gather a lot of thoughts. Gushing out. The thoughts gushing out from the soles of his feet pushed his body up into the air. He looked at Yi Yi with a determined look. This cold man. Lamott seems to be declaring that his pride as a chimeric ant prevents him from giving up. Flowers. Yi Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Turning his eyes, he looked at Lamott who was flying towards him. The thoughts gathered on the claws are terrifying. Even if the 12 earthly branches are facing this blow, if they don't pay attention, they will be seriously injured. This blow is strong. Unfortunately, he was facing Yi Yi at the moment. Yi Yi also raised his right hand to face Lamott who was flying towards him. Extend your index finger. Sorry, I don't have a weaker attack. In the confrontation between dignity and instinct, Lamott chose dignity. This surprised Yi Yi. In this regard, he did not mind responding to Lamott's attack. Fight back with an index finger. In Lamott's eyes, however, this was a serious insult to him. Pupils shrink instantly. Click. The tightly clasped teeth clenched in an instant. Been despised. How could he be so despised? Trying to resist his strongest attack with just one finger. This moment. Lamott thinks a lot. In the end, he desperately poured the breath of his body towards the claws. If he can't deal with Yuichi with this claw, he will lose his ability to resist because his breath is exhausted. At that time, even the most common firearms can penetrate his body and take his life in one fell swoop. What's more, there are 3 human children around who can kill the worker ants. It can be said that his actions, no matter what the result, will enter the most dangerous time. Up. In the choice between dignity and instinct, Lamont chose to maintain the dignity of his chimeric ant. Yi chose to use a finger to deal with it. Such a gap made him feel humiliated. Anger. The anger from the soul made him make the final choice. Do your best, even if you will die. Let this human take a look. His dignity as a chimeric ant is not so worthless. Unfortunately. Although this was Yi's weakest attack, for a chimeric ant of his level, it was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than his full strength. Sun. Chapter 274 Yi lightly stretched out his index finger. Buzzing. Reiatsu emerges from the depths of the body. The surrounding atmosphere became low. Reiatsu condensed on Yoichi's index finger. Countless wind blades circled on both sides of the index finger. Momentary time. The index finger emits a green light. Yi raised his arm. Looking down at Lamont. Although your courage is admirable. Sometimes it is very important to judge the strength gap between the enemy and us. An ant is an ant after all. Lamont, whose body was uplifted by the gust of thought power under his feet. Suddenly there was a bad premonition in his heart. Look at the energy gathered on Yi's fingers. He didn't hear what Yi was saying at all. The energy on Yi's index finger was completely different from the thoughts he had mastered in the past few days. Ups and downs. This is how Lamont's inner mind feels at this moment. As for the object of surrender, it is the energy on Yi's index finger. Absurd, it was the first time that Lamont had such an idea in his heart, but the reaction in his mind didn't lie. But at this time, the arrow was already on the crossbow and had to be sent. Submit. What a joke. Forcibly controlling the thoughts that gradually lost control in the body, Lamont attacked with all his strength. Almost all the thoughts in the body gathered on the claws, exuding a pitch-black light. Next moment. He waved his arm suddenly. Target, Yi's index finger. He wants Yi to know that he fits the dignity of the Ant Army commander, Lamont, and he can't be trampled on at will. A twisted smile appeared on his face. He seemed to have seen Yi's index finger snapped and panicked. However. Ting tilde tilde tilde. The sound of iron clamoring sounded out of thin air. Yi's outstretched index finger not only didn't break as he imagined. Not even a trace of movement occurred. On the contrary. Lamont looked at the twisted right paw and was silent. So the clown turned out to be me. Puff. The words are not over yet. A hand knife cut through his body. The tall body instantly split into 2. Purple-black blood continued to spill from the air. Standing in the air. Yi gently waved his right hand vigorously. The blood stained on his hands all splattered on the ground. Lamont's death was already decided the moment he decided to attack Yi. It's just that, compared to dying unknowingly, Yi gave him the opportunity to strike with all his strength. Ignoring the 2 bodies that fell from the sky. Yi turned around and looked into the distance. It's a jungle. A few faint lines of sight came from there. Kate, we're just watching, is it really okay? That little guy doesn't look very old. 3 figures stood on the towering canopy. An Afro boy with binoculars. Looking at the telescope, Jixi launched an attack on the chimeric ants. Subconsciously, he asked his companion beside him. It's just that Kate hasn't answered him yet, another companion spoke up. This little devil should have also mastered that ability called Nyen. These chimeric ants combine the hard exterior of an insect with the softness of a human. Even the latest thermal weapons can't penetrate their skin and cause damage. The picture of the little ghost solving the chimeric ants before is still imprinted in my mind. Let's not go up rashly. If it attracts his attention, it will be bad to be attacked by chimeric ants. Kate, I'm right. The 2 looked at Kate together. The man called Kate. It is a tall male wearing a blue hat, a purple turtleneck, and black trousers. His height is also about the same. Compared to companions, you need a telescope to see clearly. With only his excellent eyesight, he took in everything that happened in the distant village. The picture of Jixi, Xiaoji, and Kioran solving the chimeric ants. A picture of ordinary people, Yi hiding aside. The picture of the chimeric ants sneaking around. Jixi rushed out of the siege and tried to solve the picture of the army commander. He saw it all. Just for some unknown reason, I chose to observe silently here. Quite a while. Kate spoke her mind. Go on and see. Presumably taking the initiative to help, he chose to continue to wait. For some reason, there was a premonition in his heart. Even if he didn't have to shoot, the boy would be fine. There were no signs of this hunch. But Kate chose to believe. Kate is the apprentice of Jin Fuli's, Xiaoji's father. After Jin Fuli's finished teaching him, he gave him a mission to find Jin. Jin Fuli's, one of the 5 great minds in the world. The ability to hide oneself is the best in the world. As long as he wants to hide his information, almost no one in this world can find him. However, it only took Kate a few years to complete the assignment. His intuition contributed a lot to finding Jin. This kind of intuition is what Jin calls the innate intuition of a true hunter. That's why he follows his heart. Not rashly. As predicted. Jixi, who is mortal in the eyes of several people, was rescued without incident. Kate's face, the color changed. His perception limit is a radius of 45 meters. Beyond this distance perception becomes blurred. The range of 45 meters is the precise perception range. More than 45 meters does not mean that he cannot perceive the surrounding situation. He has been studying for a long time, and his strength is already at the forefront of the hunter world. If the 12 earthly branches are used as a model for strength comparison, Kate can even rank ahead of Pariston. It is not impossible to even perceive a person's strength. But this time, he failed. In his perception, Yi's aura was like that of an ordinary person, and he didn't have the sense of richness of a person with the ability to read at all. The only thing I want to say is special is the aura that is not afraid of danger. However, it was the ordinary person in his eyes who easily killed Lamont in seconds. Chapter 275 Resolved the Legion Commander Lamont. The rest of the chimeric ants lost their leader. With the strength of the 3 of Jixi, although it will take some time to solve them, it is not difficult. Who. Long, high-intensity battles. After draining Xiaoji's strength, he was already lying on the ground. There was a corpse of chimeric ants lying beside him, and black and purple blood flowed all over the place. He didn't care about that at the moment. I just want to lie down on the ground and rest for a while. Aside. The Chi-Na breath is also a little disordered, but compared to Xiaoji, it is still much smoother. Looking at the last chimeric ant in front of him. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Only the last one left. Even for him, the continuous battle of these chimeric ants is unbearable. Looking at the chimeric ants not far away, Chu King raised his arms and slowly swayed under the sunlight. Next moment. Snake live. The speed of the swing of the hands suddenly increased. It looks like a number of snakes that are constantly wriggling. Extremely fast 14. Before the chimeric ant was aware of it, his body was turned into ashes under the thousands of attacks from the Chimera Phoenix cloth. So far, the chimeric ants that attacked the village this time have been eliminated. All the villagers captured by the attack were also rescued. It can be said that in this attack, apart from the few villagers who were eaten by Lamont on the spot, there weren't too many casualties. But even so, the surviving villagers looked at the devastated village, and all fell silent. In NGL want to build such a village. It's not a simple matter. If you want to return to the way it was before, it is impossible within a few years. But among the names of these villages, it seems that there is more than just silence. Quite a while. In the silent crowd, someone suddenly spoke up. "We're still alive, aren't we?" All eyes were on the person who spoke. A young man who looked like he was only 20 years old. Perhaps it was the first time that he was watched by so many people, and he looked extra nervous. But even so, he still tried his best to tell everyone what he thought. "Aren't we here to pursue our true selves? If it's so easy to be defeated, how else are we going to find our true selves? Don't be discouraged. The house, we can all work together to build it. The village, it's enough for everyone to maintain it together." The voice of this young man has the unique magnetism of his age. Unconsciously, it attracted all the villagers. With his encouragement, the villagers seemed to have a fire in their hearts. That's right. If it's so easy to give up, then what NGL do we have? If the house is gone, it can be under construction. If the people are gone, there is nothing left. We have to take the share of our dead companions and live a happier life here. Everyone spontaneously gathered around the young man. This moment, the confusion and hesitation in their hearts seemed to disappear without a trace. Far away, Yi ordered Elbella, the healer of the wounds of the three of them. "It is impossible to survive the siege of this group of chimeric ants without injury. It's just that the three people's thoughts at this time are not on themselves. Even the wounds have been healed and have not been found." Jixi lay under a tree. It's amazing to be able to stick with it. His body was the most seriously injured under Lamotte's attack. Comminuted fractures of both arms. Several ribs were broken and stuck in internal organs. If it wasn't for Elabella's ability to heal, it would not be an easy thing to completely heal. Lying under the tree, the soft turf makes him feel the soft touch even without a mattress. Pillow on the roots of this tree sticking out from the ground. Unfortunately, he didn't care about that. He heard all the sincerity of the villagers in the distance. Two kelp-like tears flowed down her slightly green face. He was moved by the fact that the villagers were able to maintain their thoughts in such a desperate situation. Compared to a year ago, his strength, mind and even knowledge have grown a lot. But a person's character is not so easy to change. Jixi is a capable person of the operating system. Personality is like Hisoka's ability identification method. Some go their own way and love to reason, which can be seen from his attitude towards Xiaoji and others when explaining his ability to read. It's just that his character is more emotional than these. Will grieve for the sorrow of others, and rejoice for the joy of others. Such a character is very much like the character of the protagonist in the anime that Yi watched in his previous life, often for some people or things that have little to do with him. Got into some unexplainable trouble. In the end, either the trouble will be solved perfectly, and the strength will be greatly increased, or in this trouble, the body will die. Judging from Jixi's initial talent, the possibility of the latter is extremely high. But, rolled eyes full of excitement Jixi. One night, all this must be different from before. Rustling. In the surrounding jungle, an inexplicable sound suddenly came out. Moment. Jixi, who was still full of excitement at the last moment, as well as Xiaoji and Kyoran. Subconsciously, he turned his eyes to the jungle. Before he knew it, his body had already assumed the most suitable posture for attacking. Actual combat. It is often the most stimulating method for a person to grow rapidly. Yi watched the changes of the three. Even he had to sigh at the increase brought by repeated horizontal jumps on the death line. Is it finally out? Take back your mind. Yi looked at the jungle with cold eyes. Even if these people are not malicious, the feeling of being secretly watched by others is not beautiful at all. The moment the voice fell, a loud gust of wind blew through the air. This sentence. The three people on the side were a little sluggish. Early in the night, someone discovered that someone was hiding in the dark. But the three of them, if it wasn't for these people touching their side, only made some noise. I don't know how long it will take to find them. The gap in strength is getting bigger and bigger. Xiaoji looked at Yi Yi's back and fell silent again. Chapter 276 _ Hider in the jungle. When they came to the vicinity of the night and a few people, they made some noises. Signal to wait for the arrival of others. As they hid all the way, they did not reveal the hidden abilities of themselves and others. It is impossible to come to the vicinity of a few people in the night. This range requires the lurker to lurch wholeheartedly. If there is a mistake, the existence of himself and others will be revealed. Such a mistake, let alone a master. When Yi first came to this world, he couldn't make such a mistake. These secretly hidden people will definitely not make mistakes. The low bushes of the jungle swayed in waves. 3 figures came out of the low bushes. I'm sorry for not telling you in advance. The tall man at the head, the first thing he did when he came out of the bush was to apologize to Yi and the others. As a hunter, he naturally knew how dangerous it was for him to come here without saying hello. If Yi and others are sensitive types who are easily irritated. Facing the 3 of them who came over rashly, the biggest possibility is to attack them directly. The existence of chimeric ants is always full of vigilance. It can be said that the choice of Kate and others to come rashly is very dangerous. If you are not careful, a battle will break out. Of course, Kate is a professional hunter, so naturally he won't make such low-level mistakes. Kate's previous observations from the distant tree canopy gave him a simple understanding of Xiaoji and others. Willingness to fight against chimeric ants in order to help these ordinary villagers is obviously not an evil existence. It was based on this idea that he chose to bring his teammates to come to Yi and the others without being greeted. Fortunately, he succeeded in this gamble. Although Zhixi and the others were full of vigilance, their hostility was greatly reduced after seeing that they were both human. At least be wary of the killing intent of the chimeric ants, completely wiped out. Sorry, we didn't want to scare you, but it's rare to see new people from the outside world these days. I want to come over and say hi to you. By the way, my name is Stick Dina, please give me more advice. One of the 3 had an exploding head. Seeing that the hostility of the 3 of Xiaoji to him disappeared, the tense body also became relaxed. With a smile, he said the purpose of waiting for others to come. Of course, it doesn't matter if what he said is true or not. Anyway, Xiaoji and the 3 of them on the side were still vigilant and relaxed a lot. The 3 looked at each other. I really didn't feel that these people were malicious, and the vigilance of the body completely disappeared. The 3 of them were exhausted from the battle with the chimeric ants. Although Elabella healed the wounds on the 3 of them, she could not recover their mental exhaustion. The sudden appearance of Kate and others made them even more tense. Not to mention, the eyes of the 3 of them swept away vaguely in the direction of Yi. One night, even if these people have any bad ideas, before facing absolute strength, everything is delusional. The more familiar the relationship between San Xiaoji and Yi became, the more desperate he became for his strength. From the moment of acquaintance to now, it seems that every enemy encountered cannot defeat Yi. In more than a year, I have never seen a scene of Yi's failure. This kind of strength that the 3 keep chasing. While causing pressure to the 3, it also brought them great trust. The vigilance of the 3 little ones is an instinctive reaction that has been exercised these days. To dissipate vigilance is to trust Yi's strength. The changes in the expressions of the 3 were not obvious. But the observation of details by professional hunters should not be underestimated. At any time in normal times, Kate can learn a lot of useful information through the changes in the expressions of the 3. It's just that Kate's attention has been on Yi from beginning to end. Let him ignore the observation of Xiaoji's 3. Kate was thinking about what was going on in the heart of this man, who he couldn't see clearly. However, except for Yi who said a word when the 3 came out, he observed Kate's state. Although he didn't know most of the intelligence in this world, he didn't even know Kate. Feeling the breath on Kate's body is indeed a complete confirmation of his strength. The strength can be ranked above Paris, but below Porterby. Of course, this is only judged by the breath on his body. The real battle is not just judged by thoughts. The development and application of abilities, the familiarity of psychic skills, and the level of combat skills. These are enough to affect a person's true strength. As for Kate, it was when he apologized and said a word, and then he observed Yike. Height, appearance, muscle growth and other information. The aura emanating from Yi's body is obviously the same as that of ordinary people. But in the previous shot, he easily killed a Legion Commander-level chimeric ant. This contrast makes Kate particularly concerned. Both were watching each other. All of a sudden, two characters with cold personalities collided. The air pressure suddenly became low. Jixi, three people, two explosive heads. The two groups looked at each other. At this moment, the two groups of people seemed to have met a bosom friend. Looking at each other's eyes, looking at Qian Zhao was full of sincere sympathy. At the same time, I feel sympathy for the other teammate who has such a cold personality. He didn't realize that he was also the object of sympathy for the other party. Quite a while. Professional hunter. Kate couldn't help it. Open your mouth to ask. When he didn't speak, everything on his body was really cleaned up by the night. The same as looking at each other. He can only observe Yi's body surface to obtain some trivial information. However, he didn't know what method Yi used to sweep his body up and down. The cells in the body are constantly warning him. Helpless. The first step was to give up the plan to observe the other party, and instead began to ask the identity of Yi and others. It's just that he took the initiative to back down, which surprised the two companions behind him. Chapter 277 _ Chimeric Ant Nest. Several figures gathered together. A penguin-like chimeric ant with a book in one hand. Quite a while. Penguin chimeric ant, eyes open. Look at your companions around you. Lamotte's neural connection perception has just been disconnected. Penguin-shaped chimeric ant. It is the division leader of the chimeric ants, named Peggy. He possesses the ability to link a network of neural connections unique to chimeric ants. At this time, the safety of the outgoing action team was perceived. Suddenly. This time, the link of the Legion commander in charge of leading the team, Lamotte, was broken. This neural network link. It is a network that chimeric ants automatically connect to after they are born. It cannot be disconnected for a lifetime except by death. Now that the link of Legion Commander, Lamotte is broken, this is enough to explain his current situation. Peggy's tone was serious. The changes in consecutive days made him have to be serious. A week ago. In the eyes of their chimeric ants, humans are just some food that can provide high-quality nutrition. Can be in just a few days. Everything has changed. First, the workers who went out to find food, the ants died in large numbers. Then came the deaths of several Legion commanders. This inexplicable change made the entire chimeric ant race full of vigilance. Finally, a message sent just before a Legion commander died. Only then did Peggy and Corridor understand what was going on. Special humans with peculiar abilities hunt and kill chimeric ants that go out for food. This is the truth about the massive death of chimeric worker ants. After learning the truth, the action of collecting food and feeding the queen to nurture the ant king was suspended. To ensure the continuation of the race. The amount of food collected is just the bare minimum for survival. This situation did not change until a few days ago. A large number of special human corpses rich in nutrients several times, or even thousands of times, ordinary human beings, inexplicably appeared in the forest near the nest. After such a special corpse was eaten by the queen, many division leaders with special abilities were born. And special humans who have previously hunted chimeric ants also inexplicably disappeared a lot. Under the leadership of these division leaders, the chimeric ants finally returned to their previous arrogant appearances, and once again hunted humans for food. Happy days have not passed for 2 days. The group of chimeric ants has once again encountered Waterloo. Another group of special humans who appeared out of nowhere, just like the previous ones, began to hunt and kill chimeric ants aggressively. The special humans that appeared this time are even more powerful. Even the division commander who masters special abilities is not his opponent. The combat power ranked high among the chimeric ants in killing, and it was directly killed by one move. When his subordinate Paiku found his body, there were only some organs that could not be swallowed. Such a picture. It made Korudo and Paige suspect that it was a chimeric ant who was also the head of the division who secretly devoured the mutilated corpse. After all, the worker ants and the regiment commander were born to obey the orders of the higher level, that is, the commander of the division. Not to mention devouring its corpse. But when the slaughter died, it happened that all the division leaders gathered together. There is no one at all who has the opportunity to nibble the corpses that were killed and mutilated. Looking at it this way, the fact that the corpse of the slaughtered and mutilated was eaten away became abnormal. Finally, the inexplicable fear made the chimeric ants choose wretched development again. This time, the chimeric ants even changed their nests directly because of the fact that the corpse was eaten away. Run away with the queen and most of the stored food. Such twists and turns. So Peggy had to be cautious. Cut. It's not that we have already obtained the information, saying that we did not take the initiative to take action. Wouldn't that powerful human take action against us? Open. A bat-shaped chimeric ant army leader. Since the chimeric ants were added to the human gene, the body size has become more and more human. Its strength is also getting stronger. However, this bat-shaped chimeric ant army leader is the exact opposite. With the queen constantly absorbing human genes. After birth, it is in the form of a bat. This abnormality of it brought him great strength. Even an ordinary division commander cannot compare with his strength. This is also the reason why he was able to participate in the division head meeting as a division commander. Strength. No matter what the world is, it will always be the indicator of a person's value. Maybe it's an intelligence error. After all, humans' feelings are much more complicated than ours. The last moment he indifferently watched worker ants capture humans. The next moment, he shot Lamont. Peggy's penguin face. He swayed helplessly from side to side, expressing that he could not understand human beings either. So, our plan to go out and hunt a lot has failed before it even started. Then what should we do now? A division leader asked. When Peggy heard the question, she closed her eyes again and thought. The other division heads surrounding him also looked like they were not surprised. Although Peggy holds a position similar to a military division, the impression of human genes on her body is not clear. Always like to close your eyes when thinking. Therefore, these division leaders were not in a hurry and waited quietly. Quite a while. Peggy opened her eyes. Drag time down until the guards break out of the cocoon. In the few minutes that Peggy closed his eyes and thought, nearly 100 options emerged in his mind. But without exception, they were all rejected by him. Wisdom can sometimes make a difference. But in the face of absolute strength, everything is illusory and unrealistic. Therefore, Peggy thought of drag words. He wants to delay the exposure time of the nest until the guards mature. Only chimeric ants have their own powerful combat power. To have the right to barely survive. The other division leaders looked around and saw that everyone had no opinion, so the matter was settled. The chimeric ants gradually dispersed. Only Peggy and Korudo seemed to have something to discuss. However, just as they were about to continue their discussion, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the lair. Coercion. The terrifying coercion caused cold sweat to break out on the heads of the two of them. Chapter 278 NGL Autonomous Region. Humble Valley. An ordinary hut is hidden. At first glance, this hut is not that big. It is only a few square meters in size. But after a few people followed Kate into the hut that night, they learned how big the house was. From the outside, it is only a few square meters in size, but there are countless houses lined up inside the hut. Wow, Tilda, that's amazing. Jixi and Xiaoji looked at the room with a size of nearly 100 square meters, the boss with his mouth open. The shock on his face could not be hidden at all. It is said to be a room here, but it is more like a practice room. Obviously, this hut is the product of a certain ability. Qian was so excited that when he was able to perform a task, he had seen a more luxurious house than this. Not surprising. This is the room where you rest next. Don't worry, in this room, all the water and electricity are available. If you want to watch TV, just meditate on the program you want to watch. Kate's companion, Dina, the Afro, is standing in the doorway of the room. Seeing the surprised appearance of Xiaoji and the others, they couldn't be prouder of themselves. It seems that he used the ability to materialize this room. Then in an hour, let's meet in the restaurant. After introducing the functions of the room, Dina walked out contentedly. As the chef in the team, he replenishes the physical strength of his teammates in time, which is an important matter. Since Yi Yi and the others entered the stronghold, they naturally wouldn't let them go hungry. Half an hour ago, Jihi and others deal with the chimeric ants that attacked the village. The various sounds made attracted Kate and a few people who went out to find ingredients, killing chimeric ants by the way. After a brief exchange, I came to this NGL after learning that both parties were trying to solve the chimeric ants. Since everyone had the same goal, Kate directly invited Yi Yi and the others to their stronghold. In this regard, Yi Yi did not refuse. The plan to forcibly oppress the leader of the trio has been achieved, and there is no need to continue to feel wronged living in the wild. These days, in order to facilitate the first response to the attack of chimeric ants, Yi Yi and Jishi have always lived in the jungle of NGL. The purpose is to avoid living in a village, so that chimeric ants dare not enter it to prey. Certainly, it is not unacceptable that Yi Yi lives in the jungle and the wild. Just crossed over to this body. Yi Yi has received many commissions, many of which are carried out in the wild. He has long been used to performing tasks in the wild. Just have better living conditions, why force yourself? Although he lives in this room with Jixi, Xiaoji, and Kioran. But in such a large room, even if there are 10 times the number of people, it will not feel crowded. Afro Dina leaves. Yi Yi walked towards the bathroom in the room. Although I wash my body every day, it is always a normal bathing comfort. Behind. They are the 3 little ones who started to let go of themselves after they came to the new environment. Night in the bath. I vaguely seem to hear some strange noises. It's an illusion. Yi Yi and a spiritual pressure wall blocked the door of the bathroom, and the strange sound suddenly disappeared. After an hour, Yi Yi, who put on clean new clothes, came to the hall with 3 little ghosts. Along the way, the expressions of the 3 little ghosts are a little strange. Compared to Yi Yi's clean appearance, the 3 of them looked a little sloppy. The previous battle with the chimeric ants had stained them with a lot of blood, and the blood on their bodies was stained with dust. Even in a clean appearance, after repeated battles, it is inevitable that it is no different from those who escaped. Dina, who previously exploded, was given an hour to prepare. Also give enough time to clean yourself. Pity. Several people were immersed in a rare modern product, TV shows, and did not even think about cleaning themselves. In the end, if Yi Yi hadn't walked out of the bathroom, the 3 of them would have been immersed in the TV show. The 3 of them ran to the bathroom in a panic. Yi Yiquan when they were going to take a bath. Flowers. Of course, only 10 minutes was enough for them to simply clean their bodies. There is obviously not enough time to change into clean clothes. Before Yi Yi and others entered the hall, several people were already waiting. Except for Kate, Dina, and Labo whom Yi Yi and others have seen. There are also 4 capable people with good strength. Of course, good strength is just a complement to them. If the strength of these 4 people really compares, Jixi and the others who are beside Li and Yi can't compare. Enter the hall. The first thing I saw was a conference table several meters long, with dozens of square chairs regularly distributed on both sides of the conference table. Kate and the others sat on these square chairs, waiting for the arrival of Yi and others. The first time you enter the hall, Yi will take everyone's quantiles into their hearts. Kate, Dina, and Rabo sat together, while the other 4 sat apart. Seeing how these people were sitting, Yi's eyes flickered slightly. Seats for 4 people are located at the 4 corners of the conference table. This way of sitting, you can easily see the movements of everyone else. The 4 of them are obviously not capable of a team, otherwise it would be impossible to be wary of each other with the rest. After obtaining the information on the chimeric ant variants, most likely in the NGL, a team of hunters went to the NGL to try to resolve the chimeric ant variants. This is the information that the bean noodles people told at the meeting. Various production factories of NGL went searching for chimeric ant nests. Xiaoji, you guys are here just in time. Let me introduce you first. Kate's passion. It's completely different from the coldness he showed at the beginning. Gao Leng is only facing strangers who are not familiar with him. Xiaoji is different. Although he didn't recognize Xiaoji at the first time, Xiaoji had a very similar appearance to Jin. It always caught his attention. The two had known each other several years ago. While thinking, he recalled Xiaoji's identity. Sun. Chapter 279 4 capable. The identity is the same as Yi guessed, from 4 different teams. In order to solve the crisis that the chimeric ants may bring more quickly, they temporarily formed an alliance. Join forces to find the location of the chimeric ant variant and destroy it. But the chimeric ant variant was not found, but a lot of black material for NGL was found. As hunters, they can't stop them. So, a large number of underground factories were eradicated. Unable to bear it, NGL launched a sneak attack on the Hunter League. The gulf between the common man and the able. But it can't be crossed by the number of people. The Hunter League easily resolved the NGL attack and did not take it to heart. Compared with the infighting of humans, it is the most important to solve the chimeric ants' transformation into 290 aliens. Wake up the next day. All the members of the Hunter Alliance died inexplicably. Only these 4 remained. All teammates died, and the alliance was dissolved. It's just that a team of dozens of hunters died in NGL, which attracted Yi's attention. Pity. The 4 who survived remained silent. He didn't mention it at all, as if he didn't know about it at all. However, it was the appearance of the 4 of them. Makes Yi Yixin suspicious. Ignore Kate who is explaining NGL information. Start thinking at night. If the members of the Hunter Alliance died, if they had nothing to do with them, it was enough to tell the reason generously. Yi didn't know the dead hunters, and wouldn't harm them because of it. But such a cover-up. Let him think that the dozens of hunters who died were inseparable from the 4 who survived. Not just Night 1. Even Kate seems suspicious of the 4. Even because he has been with these 4 people for a few days, the information he has learned is more comprehensive. But Kate's own powerful strength made him not afraid of these 4 people. Yi looked at the 4 people's eyes, and became more and more cold. To him, these 4 were just beings who could be crushed to death. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether these 4 people are dead or alive. But the way the 4 teammates died was too mysterious, so Yi had to remain suspicious. Doubt they have other ideas. As a killer born on Meteor Street, he never minds speculating on others with the greatest malice. Certainly. If they really have a problem, Yi doesn't mind having 3 extra lives under his command. He took his eyes away from the 4 of them and turned to look at Kate. The number of worker ants that chimeric ants come out to find food every day is much lower than before. There aren't many opportunities like this. I'm going to find the real controller of NGL, Zayalo. Kate stood in front of a whiteboard composed of abilities and shared the information she had collected over the past few days. On the whiteboard is a map of the NGL Autonomous Region. This map depicts all kinds of information that he himself has collected. There are many places where the X symbol is drawn. According to Kate's information, chimeric ants acquired the ability to think, which happened after the death of these hunters. Obviously, the reason why chimeric ants can acquire telepathy is not unrelated to the dead hunters. For example, chimeric ant queens eat the corpses of these hunters. The chimeric ants produced later are born with the ability to wake up. The strength of the entire group of chimeric ants has been greatly increased in a short period of time. Although this is just Yi-Yi's guess, the reality is not much different. The chimeric ant's mastery of mind seems to stem only from the use of instinct. It is impossible to apply various skills like a human being, not to mention developing their own abilities. However, it relies on the instinct of animal genes in the body to control the huge thoughts in the body. Yet even so, the queen nibbled at the bodies of dozens of hunters. The chimeric ants born are not strong enough for ordinary hunters to resist. The original time and space. The queen just ate Bakur, a person with the ability to master mind. It produced the strongest single-strength existence in the hunter world, Ant King Melowain. The chimeric ants of this world. Because of the contribution of the dead hunters, their strength has grown explosively. Before the birth of the head of the division, the queen nibbled away at the bodies of dozens of psychics. This made her give birth to the head of the division. Even if he has not completely mastered the ability of mind, he has already surpassed most of the capable people in this world by just relying on his instinct. Now these chimeric ants are inexplicably converging. This gave Kate new ideas. To meet the real leader of NGL, Zai Luo, he has long had an idea. Since NGL dares to do a lot of dirty business behind the scenes, it must have its own foundation. Kate even suspected that the dozens of hunters who died were still related to NGL. But he couldn't make a conclusion before everything was completely ascertained. And he had a hunch that Zai Yiluo's details might be the key to solving this disaster. From this idea, he wanted to confirm for himself whether J-Ilo was alive. If he's still alive, Kate doesn't mind helping him once. If he was dead, Kate would try to find out what the NGL might be hiding. No matter what the result is, he just spends some time and won't lose much. The mastermind behind NGL. Yi leaned back on the square chair, a little careless. However, Jixi and others were interested. They wanted to know what this man who deceived the whole world looked like. It has been nearly a week since I came to NGL. Jixi and the others have already known about this NGL, which is not for the purpose of protecting nature on the surface, but abandoning the appearance of mechanical civilization. Dark. It seems that the darkness of the whole world is hidden in this area. The drug trade, the arms trade, the human trade, this is only part of what they know. Dark, not just NGL, but the whole of humanity. These bloody trade chains, if there are not enough buyers, how can they eat the production of the next region? Chapter 280 _ Zai Lui is NGL's behind-the-scenes boss. Has been hidden in an arsenal of NGL. All day-to-day transactions are handed over to the hands to handle. His existence is known to only a few people. However, Kate has an ability called Crazy Torturer. You can ask the person being tortured the information you want to ask. The person being tortured will tell everything he knows, even if this is not the will of the person being tortured. But under the action of the ability to read, everything will be spit out of the mouth. The hiding place of Zai Lui is derived from this. Kate's plan to find Zai Lui was approved by Jihe and the others. They, like Kate, want to meet the real owner of this NGL. Take a look at what the controller of this dark world looks like. To this, Yi said, Since you want to see it, go and see it. Although I am not familiar with the development of Hunter World, Yi vaguely remembered that there seemed to be a division leader stationed in Zai Loi's hiding factory. Too long, and he has even forgotten the name of the division commander. Just remember that the division commander stationed here is a chimeric ant in the form of a centaur. This centaur-shaped chimeric ant also seems to take pleasure in raising humans in captivity. Hey! A mere ant is too arrogant after all. Night is just right. Yi and the others left the base. Head towards the arsenal where Zaloi is hiding. The four of them stayed in the stronghold, not knowing what they had experienced in the past few days. They all lost their fighting spirit. Along the way, you can see some leisurely swaying animals from time to time. NGL is not the same. But the ecological work is really good. Even though chimeric ants have hunted most of the animals, there are still countless animals that live in the area. The arrival of Yi and others surprised these leisurely swaying animals, accompanied by bursts of beeping. The animals ran away in a panic, flipping through a hillside. Yi and the others came to a field where a large number of unknown plants were planted. Nearby, there are many bright red bloodstains. Pieces of clothing made of linen were scattered all over the place. Obviously, villagers in NGL were caught by chimeric ants who were out foraging during a day of hard farming. Yi looked at the large tracts of crops planted in the fields, touching his chin and thinking. He always felt as if he had seen this plant there. And the number of times I saw it was not too small. Cut. Zai Yiluo has really deceived the people here. Kate looked at the crops in the distance. His face changed slightly. As a Eudemon's hunter, he is naturally very knowledgeable about rare crops. The true identity of the distant crop can be seen at a glance. At the same time, Yi also remembered the name of this crop. Rabbi Tree. X2. Two icy voices sounded together. Jixi, Xiaoji, and Kioran looked at Yaiki and Kate who spoke together. The three of them were somewhat unable to react. As for Dina, who came with him, he also reacted when he heard the name. He has been teaming up with Kate and has seen many strange plants. Now I hear reminders from Kate and Yi. Suddenly I remembered the plant in front of me. Oh I see, it's actually a rabbi tree. I didn't expect to see it here. I thought he was already extinct. Dina leaned over to the rabbi tree and looked at it curiously. The role of the rabbi tree, he is very clear. The sap of the rabbi tree can secrete a peculiar ingredient, which has no peculiar effect, but only has an addictive effect. Of course, Dina, as a cook, knew the rabbi tree mainly because of its leaves. When cooking food, adding the leaves of the rabbi tree into the food can improve the freshness of the food a lot. He naturally yearned for such a magical seasoning. Now that I saw the real thing, I ran in the direction of the rabbi tree group for the first time. Dina looked anxious. Let Chixi and the three of them be silent. Why does everyone seem to know this inexplicable plant? Is it difficult? Is this the professional quality that a real hunter needs? Big doubts appeared in the minds of several people. At this moment, it seemed that there were only 3 people who didn't know anything, and they seemed a little embarrassed. The rabbi tree, the raw material for drugs called DD, is a tree species banned by Bright in the world. Kate felt the doubts of several people. Open to explain. It's just that the breath on his body has become extremely low. This action of NGL made him a little difficult to accept. Utilize the NGL Autonomous Region, technology-free, self-sufficient tenet to attract those who yearn for a natural life. Take advantage of these people's ignorance of rabbinical trees. To deceive this group of people, the raw material of the drug DD is planted in large quantities, the rabbi tree. Kate felt utterly ironic. Obviously yearning for a natural life, in order to protect nature, he gave up the mechanical civilization and lived hard in this area. What can be planted as the raw materials of drugs that make countless people bankrupt? This strong contrast completely angered Kate. Silence. Hearing Kate's explanation, the three of Jixi fell silent. Even if they already know the true face of this NGL autonomous region. But when he saw the hidden darkness again, there was still a nameless anger in his heart. Crunch. Several people's hands clenched tightly. A faint killing intent appeared on Jixi and the others. In a week of NGL's life, they have no idea how many chimeric ants they have solved. Every time he fights with chimeric ants, killing intent inevitably appears on his body. But this time, it was their hearts that actively poured out killing intent. The uncontrollable anger caused the three of them to lose their former calm. Sudden. Go away. A cold voice pulled the will of the three back. The weak killing intent on his body slowly dissipated. The eyes of the three of them gradually returned to clearness. Look up. You can only see the night walking far away. Aside, Kate showed a meaningful look. Be a Killer from a Full-Time Hunter Chapter 281 to 298. Chapter 281 Field of Rabbi Trees. It has already indicated that the DD production base is nearby. In order to save the manpower and inability to make DD, the factories that produce DD are generally near the planting base of Rabbi Tree. At this point, it can be said that anyone with a little brain can think of it. The three of Jixi looked at the entrance of the NGL weapons underground factory unexpectedly. They did not expect the entrance to be found so quickly. But after an accident, a moment of caution followed. An indescribable smell spreads out from the entrance of the underground factory. This unfamiliar smell seems to have heralded the end of this underground factory. It's a pity to be a step late. Kate felt the breath of the underground factory, shaking his head in disappointment. Except for the breath of the three chimeric ants, there is no other breath. Oh no, there are still two faint breaths to the limit. Like a candle in the wind, it will go out at any time. The personnel stationed here are obviously annihilated. Knight looked at the wall. A dark brown blood splattered the walls. Over time, the colors have changed. Obviously, the loss here is not a matter of a day or two. Compared to the calmness of the night, Dina was a little unacceptable. Although he was Kate's companion, he also accompanied Kate on many tasks. But such a bloody scene is still unacceptable. During this week, he saw many scenes of despair. But still can't get used to it. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket. Cover your nose. The handkerchief was sprayed with an odor-blocking potion. In this way, there will be no strong rancid smell. As a chef, Dina is naturally not stimulated by blood, but it not only smells of blood. There is also a lot of rotten smell. Now in the hot summer season, the dead bodies exude a stench under the high temperature. The stench and the bloody smell mixed together into a new scent. That's what forced Dina to take out the handkerchief. Yi and the others gradually became familiar with this smell after fighting with chimeric ants for several days. Hot summer day. It doesn't take a day for the corpse to emit a stench. And their battles with chimeric ants often last a day. The exploring team continues to move forward. Sure enough, NGL is the largest producer of DD in the world, and such an exaggerated production volume can only be produced in areas like NGL where rabbis are grown. Kate leads the way. But at this moment it suddenly stopped. Enter the underground military factory. What caught my eye were boxes of modern weapons. However, the most eye-catching thing is an open wooden box. Countless wooden boxes are neatly placed in the corner of the underground military factory. These wooden boxes are full of white pills. Open black lens bracket DD close black lens bracket. A drinking drug that has been popular for decades. Put open black lens bracket DD close black lens bracket into a glass of water. It will dissolve in water silently, and at the same time generate and release a large amount of hallucinogenic ingredients. Completely dependent on DD. Knight is no stranger to the drug. In the past, when performing the commission, the target of the task was the drug dealer who sold DD. Its client is an addict who is tortured by DD. This time the commission is extraordinarily easy, just an ordinary person. Face such a goal. Yi didn't even have to deal with it himself. Just use a sniper rifle and shoot a headshot when the target trades with other people, and the commission is easily completed. It can be said that this is just one of the many resumes in Yi's career. What Yi can keep in mind is the addiction that cannot be eliminated by DD. Number 6. This is the partner who partnered with Yi at that time. Just because the mission was over, I took a sip of water with DD when I went out to eat, and I was completely addicted to DD. 3 years of killer training. None of them defeated his will, but a simple pill made the killer sink. This incident stimulated Yiki to be more cautious. Also let him keep DD in mind. Such a thing should not exist in this world. Thousands of wooden boxes full of open black lens bracket DD close black lens bracket. Kate's figure was a little low. He couldn't imagine how many families would be destroyed by such an exaggerated number. Quote. It shouldn't exist in this world, so let them disappear. Yi suddenly spoke up. Looking at Kate, there was a reputation that Kate couldn't understand. He walked out from the three of Jixi. A majestic spiritual force condensed in his hand. Hot breath. Uploaded from the night. This sudden change caught Kate by surprise. He couldn't understand what Yi wanted to do at this moment. The underground military factory was slaughtered, and no one knew whether there were other chimeric ants here. But such a release of energy. Apparently announcing to everyone, "Here I am, come find me." Mouth slightly open. Kate wanted to step forward to stop it. But when he took a step forward, his sleeve was caught by a small hand extending from behind him. Stop his steps abruptly. Turn around and look. Xiaoji's tender but firm face caught his eyes. I won't let you get in the way of Yi. The tone was unusually cold. This is completely the opposite of Xiaoji's temperament. But seeing Xiaoji's appearance, Kate seemed to have seen the man. There was a moment of silence. I see. Looking at Xiaoji, he didn't have the eyes that seniors looked at juniors like before. J. Felicity, I'll keep watching. Peer-like appellation. Kate's attitude towards Xiaoji suddenly changed, not in the way she treats her juniors. This moment. He regarded Xiaoji as his peers. After getting a satisfactory answer, Xiaoji released his hand that was holding Kate's sleeve. His expression was still cold. Just nodded lightly. Beside Xiaoji are Jixi and Shixijiao who have the same cold expressions. Chapter 282 Surviving a tough week. Yi's behavior may be a bit rude. But the result is undoubtedly remarkable. The strength of Jixi, Xiaoji, and Kioran ushered in a blowout growth spurred by death. 3 at the moment. The strength of the combat members of the Phantom Brigade has already caught up. Compared with Wojin, Finks and others, the gap is almost nothing. The 3 of them were only 13 years old. It has not really entered the period of rapid growth in strength. At the age of 13, he had already acquired such strength. The future development of the 3 of them is even straddling. The strength of Kate's level was easily achieved. The 3 felt the change in their own strength the most clearly. Think for a moment. He knew that the reason why his strength changed so rapidly was inseparable from Yi's actions in the past few days. Although the process is really rough. But this approach, visible to the naked eye, promoted the growth of the strength of the 3 of them. That alone, the 3 of them kept in mind. Therefore, at the moment of seeing Kate trying to hinder Yi, the 3 did not ask the child to step forward. Prevent him from hindering Yi's movements. Although the 3 of them don't know what Yiki's purpose is, the 3 of them believe that with his sexuality grid, will not do unplanned things. It's just that Xiaoji is closer to Kate than Jixi and Qixingjiao. Shenjixi and Chi Dumpling stopped Kate's movements with a lingering sword. Well known. A person's perception ability is related to his own strength. With Yi Yi's current strength and perception ability, it is not the first in the world. Can always be more than everyone present. The action of the three. Feel it all easily. The corners of his mouth curved upwards slightly. Left hand in front. With palms facing outwards, singing softly in the mouth. Reiatsu surged through his body like a wave. The fluorescent green spiritual pressure turned into a gas and filled the body. At this moment, the air pressure became extremely low. Kate's face suddenly changed. The momentum on Yi Yi's body made him feel endless oppression. The thoughts in the body even trembled constantly under the energy. Looking at Yi Yi's eyes, it became deeper. He didn't know who this young man, who looked only in his teens, was. The world has changed so much. Obviously a year ago, he had never heard the name of this young man. Is it called Yaiki? It's his words, maybe that ruin. At this moment, Kate didn't know what to think. The movement of Yi Yi's hands did not stop. The Reiatsu quickly rushed towards his hand, turning into firelight and condensing in his hand. Waist inflammation. A sword-like flame was thrown from Yi Yi's hand. Extremely fast. The moment Kate felt the breath in Yi Yi's hand, it was too late to react. The sword-like flame in the hand has been waved out. Mid-air. Dispersed into countless small flames, they flew towards the thousands of wooden boxes. Chi chi chi. The fire is burning, burning. Containing open black lens bracket DD close black lens bracket was enveloped in flames in an instant. Constantly making chi 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 sound. The scorching high temperature rapidly heated up in this small passage. Flickering flame. It was like the world-destroying flames descended from the sky, burning these human crystals that poisoned the world to ashes. Sudden change. Kate's face changed again. The breath from before was not even his real strength. Looking at the flames that filled the passage, Kate was once again shocked. Yi Yi's use of flame was beyond his understanding. He himself was shocked by the inexplicable energy in Yi Yi's body. The precise control he showed later was even more eye-opening. Transforming energy into a substantial flame already involves a transformation of nature. It is impossible to complete without a few years of practice. However, simply converting chi into energy, although difficult, can still be accomplished. After the attack is released, a flame can be instantly split into countless flames. This is not something that can be accomplished through cultivation. Such fine control, talent, perseverance. Both are indispensable. Kate, to the point where he confirmed he couldn't do it. Not to mention whether he has such fine control power, the energy that burst out in that moment is far beyond his reach. To do this at night. It has already been explained that the energy in his body has far exceeded Kate. The flames burned wildly on the wooden box. The temperature keeps rising. The hot wind blew on the faces of Jixi and others, bringing a burst of heat. Open black lens bracket DD close black lens bracket. Under the burning of waste flames, it was completely wiped out. The passage that was originally filled with thousands of wooden boxes was now only a pile of ashes. Black smoke wafts in the air. The peculiar smell and the rotten smell of the military factory merged with each other, filling the entire underground military factory. Just before the stench hit, Yi Yi took out the gas mask he was carrying and threw it to a few people beside him. Since seeing the poor man's rose, the gas mask has become one of the important supplies that Yi Yi carries with him. Open black lens bracket poor man's rose close black lens bracket. It's just a small nuclear bomb, and it's famous for his incurable biological toxins. Certainly. Since Hisoka uses restraint and restraint, delays the time of death, and uses Archangel's breath to remove the rose toxin in the body. Rose's biological toxin has a solution. In Hunter World, there are not a few bombs with similar capabilities. Poor man's rose is just a smaller nuclear bomb. There are no nuclear bombs higher than him. For safety, Yi has become accustomed to carrying a gas mask at all times. He took the gas mask in surprise. Kate didn't know what kind of expression to face. He had been shocked enough times today, but he was still shocked by the fact that Yi was carrying so many gas masks at any time. He wanted to know what happened to Yi in the past, and he actually carried so many gas masks with him. But he didn't wait for him to ask. His face suddenly changed. Da da da. An inexplicable sound of footsteps came from the passage. Chapter 283 _ Chi Cheng tilde Chi tilde. Strange laughter came from a distance. This sudden laughter let Jixi and others subconsciously assume a vigilant posture. Look at the cave where the sound came from. It is obviously impossible for humans to continue to survive in the current appearance of the underground military factory. Then the one who laughed at this moment could only be the chimeric ant. Chimeric ants can only be enemies to humans. The battle of life and death these days. They have already clearly realized this point. I didn't expect people to come here, it's interesting. A low voice came from the cave in the distance. It was only accompanied by his voice, and there were bursts of mourning. This wailing is like a human voice. Da 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 tilde 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 tilde. The crisp footsteps are getting closer and closer to everyone. Pochi, Chloe, you two give me a little quiet. As dogs, remember to listen to the master's words. The mourning sound seemed to disturb the pleasure of the figure's owner. The voice fell. Yi and the others could see several figures walking out of the cave. Should not be said to be out. Two people, at this moment, crawled out of the cave like dogs. Forced to abandon the posture of human walking on 2 feet. Use knees and elbows to simulate a 4-limbed crawler. At the neck, the chain collar worn by the pet is clamped. The 2 chains connected to the collar extended behind him. Crunch. See this miserable look. Jixi and the others clenched their hands subconsciously. Excessive force even made the nails go directly into the flesh. But they didn't care about the pain. How cruel. Dina looked at this picture and subconsciously covered her mouth. It's just that there is a gas mask blocking it, and his hand is on the mask. The life and soul of these 2 people fluctuate. Only about 30 years old. But their appearance at the moment is like a withered old man who is nearly 100 years old. He has short hair all over his head, turning into a gray appearance. Pinch by shrug. Obviously it won't last long. If you hadn't seen this scene with your own eyes, it's hard to imagine such a scene happening. Kate. Labo. The female companion who entered NGL with Kate. The petite body itself, at this moment, shrinks directly beside Kate. She was frightened by the terrifying appearance of the 2 people in the distance, and subconsciously moved to the person she knew best, Kate. 2 people who were kneeling on the ground and crawling forward. Their lost eyes. At the moment of seeing Yi and the others, hope suddenly appeared. That is the hope of living. Save, help me, please. With his mouth wide open, he excitedly shouted to Yi and the others. However, before the man's words were finished, a horse's hoof suddenly stretched out from the dark cave. Don't talk nonsense to me, Pochi. Remember that your current identity is a dog. How can you talk casually? A man called Pochi. His face suddenly changed. I want to turn around and say something. Puff. The sound of a watermelon bursting suddenly sounded in the underground passage. A hoof, a figure in the dark, stepped on Pochi's head with just 1 hoof. Oh tilde he tilde I messed up by accident. Figure in the dark. Looking at the blood under his hoof, he muttered to himself a little embarrassedly. At the same time this figure, also completely out of the dark cave, into everyone's eyes. It is a centaur-shaped chimeric ant. Then, what are you guys doing here? Why are you coming to my place? Forget it, they're just humans. It just so happens that I'm hungry right now, and I'll eat all of you later. He was holding 2 chains in his hands, extending forward, linking the 2 people lying on the ground. By the way, I have to keep someone else to replace Pochi. The centaur chimera ant looked at Pochi, who was unresponsive under his feet. Shaking the other chain in his hand, he pulled up Chloe, who was lying on his back. Forget it, let's change Crow by the way. Flowers. A low voice in the mouth surprised the other person lying on the ground. The comrades who had no mentality to die beside him hurriedly got up. Learning the dog's posture and voice, he kept begging to the centaur chimera ants. Pity. This centaur chimera ant kept his life just for fun. Puff. The blood-stained hooves stepped down again. Yi was used to such bloody scenes. During the training of the killer, I have seen scenes even bloodier than this. Just. Why? Ji clenched his hands. The eyes that looked at the centaur chimera ants were full of coldness. 0. It's obvious that he has already begged you like this, why do you still do it? Anger. Incredibly angry. Plenty of gas. It erupted from Jixi's body. Qi flowed outside his body, bringing gusts of wind around his body. Even if he is only food in your eyes. But didn't he already beg you? This moment. Jihee's voice has been suppressed to the limit. The qi lingering around the body swelled again under the anger. The anger in his heart made him unable to bear it any longer. The thoughts lingering around the body slowly wrapped around the body. A pair of full sets. Under the extreme anger, it appeared on Jixi's fists. Open black lens bracket, the unforgivable person, close black lens bracket. This was the name that automatically popped into Jihee's mind when the full set appeared on both fists. The breath stopped for a moment. Jihee suddenly discovers. Compared with before entering the underground arsenal, his strength is a bit stronger. Is that the reason for the gloves? Jixi didn't know what caused her sudden change. But he knew that he might not be able to fight the other side, but he already had the qualifications to fight him. The eyes deepened. Next moment. Jixi's body squatted slightly, and Nian flowed towards her legs. It seems to be accumulating energy. Seeing this, Kate subconsciously reached out to stop it. Sun. Chapter 284 Kate walks the hunter world for many years. I have seen a lot of indiscriminate methods in society. He could naturally see that the centaur chimeric ant killed humans in front of everyone, just to stir their anger. Jixi looks like this now. Undoubtedly, the centaur chimera ant's plan succeeded. In the battle between masters, one mistake can often tell the result. Although I don't know Jixi's strength, why there is such a big change suddenly. But with his present angry appearance, he was undoubtedly going to die. Although he and Jixi had known each other for a short time, he couldn't helplessly watch Jixi go to his death. Subconsciously, he took a step forward, trying to stop Jixi. However, a cold breath interrupted his thoughts. The action of taking a step forward came to an abrupt end. Kate's eyes turned to the direction the breath came from. It's Night 1. The man who made him unable to see clearly. An icy aura was continuously released from Yi's body. Is it stopping me? Feeling the trembling thoughts in her body, Kate fell silent. Jixi, Xiaoji, Kiju, and even Reibo and Dina were all safe and sound, as if they didn't feel the breath at all. He clearly felt this. The cold aura was specially released by Yi to him alone. Your purpose, what is it? Kate found herself increasingly unable to see this mysterious man. Kai, he is back. Reibo looked at Jihee with a worried look on his face. Maybe it's because of the similar personalities. Although she only knew Jixi for half a day, the relationship was going well. At this time, he looked at Jihee, who was in a state of anger. There was worry in his voice. Aside. Xiaoji and Qiguankai. Both were equally angry. I can understand Jihee's mood at this time. If Jixi hadn't stepped forward first, perhaps the one standing there now would be one of the two of them. Humans are complex creatures. It is obvious that the same thing may be done, but looking at it from another angle, I have new insights. Seeing Jixi walking forward, he began to worry. Chihi. Xiaoji looked at Jixi's back, his mouth opened and closed. But he couldn't say the words to let him come back. If it was him who stepped forward and walked out, he probably wouldn't listen to his companions. He could only cast his eyes for help in Yi's direction, trying to get Yi to persuade the angry Jixi. It's a pity that Yi didn't even think of stepping forward to stop him. Just set his eyes on the gloves of Jihi's hands. There is a wave that he is very familiar with, Reiatsu, but compared with the Reiki in his body, the quality seems to be somewhat different. At the same time, Yi could vaguely feel that the pair of gloves had some connection with him. Inner desire. Turning his gaze away from the glove, he looked towards Jixi's back. Bangyu has already fulfilled Jixi's wish once. Jixi and Yungu are the same. The strongest desire in my heart is to have the talent to lie with Xiaoji and Xiaojiao. It's just that Yunjiyu has cultivated for many years, and although his strength has not become stronger, he has accumulated a strong foundation. Therefore, Yungu's wish had already been fulfilled when he was in the sky arena. Chihi is different. The time he spent cultivating was less than 2 years. The potential in the body has not been completely exhausted. Just a little less talented. Therefore, the realization of his wish is carried out subtly. From the island of greed, Bangyu has been silently fulfilling his wish. Until the end of the Sky Arena event. His wish was completely fulfilled. The barriers that limited his growth completely disappeared. If the boxing gloves that appeared today had nothing to do with Bangyu, Yi would not believe it. Yi's eyes were too hot. Jixi, who was crouching on the ground, trembled slightly. I don't know what I remembered. No, I can deal with him. The cold voice echoed in the underground passage. This was the first sentence after he was ready to attack, but Yi heard some embarrassment from it. I don't know if it's an illusion. Yi Yuan's arm was in front of him, feeling the difference in strength between the two. Jixi's strength has increased rapidly. Since entering the island of greed with Yi and others, his strength has been steadily getting stronger. There is even an explosion from time to time. This time, the addition of the glove will give him a boost. The current strength is similar to that of a centaur chimeric ant. After one breath. I see, the other two will be handed over to Xiaoji and Kiimeshu. You two want to shoot too, don't you? A cold voice entered everyone's ears. Its content makes all performances different. Jixi's cold face, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Don't worry, I will definitely win. The moment the voice fell, the crouching body, like a spring, bounced out at a speed that was indistinguishable to the naked eye. Aiming direction, Centaur Chimeric Ant. The Centaur Chimeric Ant, named Huan, is a division leader among the chimeric ants. Possesses snake and horse genes. All are always sticking out their tongues from time to time, collecting information from the air. Hiss tilde. Huan Zhou's tongue twitched. Unlike ordinary division commanders, he had long since left the chimeric ant nest and used the underground military factory as his territory. He did not know about the recent activities of chimeric ants. Therefore, although I know that there is a strong man among human beings, I don't know who this so-called strong man is. Let this kid deal with me. As the head of the division of chimeric ants, the pride in his heart is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary chimeric ants. Although your ideas are good, Uncle Huan is not someone you can discuss at will. Release the chains in your hands. A strong thought erupted from his body. Next moment, his figure disappeared out of thin air, leaving only an afterimage. Boom tilde tilde tilde. Shock. Huan Zhou and Jixi collided instantly. The two breaths rose into the sky and violently impacted each other. An inexplicable fluctuation suddenly occurred in the underground passage. Chapter 285 _ Huan Zhou and Jixi collided with each other. The invisible momentum spread outward. In an instant, a strange wave appeared between the two of them. Fist and fist collide. Difference between the two. One is wearing gloves and the other is bare-handed. The two exerted force at the same time, trying to push the force over each other. However, the strength of the two was evenly matched, and they were at a stalemate for a while. Wait until the invisible fluctuations spread to the side. Xiaoji and Qi. This is what happened. They looked at each other to make sure that they had not heard Yiki wrong. Against the other two. In other words, there are other chimeric ants hidden here. The two of them couldn't react. The two of them have fought chimeric ants many times these days. This is the first time I have encountered a chimeric ant that hides in the dark. There is one in each of the caves on the left and right. The two who hadn't moved their eyes rolled their eyes. Yi frowned slightly. The two studied under Bai Siji for several months before they were able to learn the application skills of reading. It's only been such a short period of time that the two of them habitually use circle, perhaps it's still too much for them. 14 after all, the two are just children. Yi told the two of them more detailed information. But still somewhat disappointed. Only 2 people responded. The other 2 chimeric ants hidden in the dark have come out of the cave. Oh hey, oh ha ha. These 2 little devils look good, let's make new dogs. The 2 chimeric ants are the commanders of the 2 legions under Huan Xie. Naturally, he also knew the hobbies of Huan Zhou. It is even said that the 2 of them became interested in human transformation games under the influence of Huan Zhou. By training things to behave the way the trainer wants them to. The process of taming makes them feel happy. That's why they keep playing this game. Now the 2 chimeric ants have found their new toy, with excited smiles on their faces. Then, let's take good care of you. With an excited smile. The 2 chimeric ants suddenly moved towards Xiaoji and Qijun Song first. As chimeric ants, they don't know any battle etiquette, only victory is everything. Damn, so fast. The sudden action of 2 chimeric ants. Xiaoji and Qi Dumpling Song Kong, Bai Young and Mei Ct, naturally won't be too late to react. It's just that the speed of these 2 chimeric ants made them a little unable to react. The strength of these 2 chimeric ants in the original book is not very strong. Xiaoji and Shi Xiaojiao were able to easily kill him just by trying it out. Unfortunately, the chimeric ants of this time and space have been greatly affected by the inexplicable dead hunters, and their strength has been greatly improved. Naturally, the instant kill of the original time and space will not occur. Xiaoji and Qiding Zhao Shunyuan came from Alpha, but their bodies couldn't react. Peng peng tilde tilde tilde. The figures of the 2 were like cannonballs, constantly flying backwards. Although it did not dodge the attack of the chimeric ants. The moment the attack came, the 2 subconsciously crossed their arms in front of them. Stream. Under the control, Nian quickly flowed towards his arms. Hard. 100% of the thoughts of the whole body are concentrated on the arms. The defense power instantly increased dozens of times. Easily blocked the attack. Although the figures of the 2 seemed to be a little embarrassed, they actually did not suffer any harm. The figure keeps spinning in the air. The 2 stepped on the wall of the underground passage with both feet. Boom tilde tilde tilde. Cobweb-like cracks spread rapidly on the wall. The 2 looked up. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Can hit. Perhaps the speed of the 2 is not as fast as these 2 chimeric ants, but their bodies are able to resist their attacks. This is enough. As humans, the biggest difference between them and chimeric ants is their brains that are good at thinking and the ability to use external tools. Looked at each other. Confirmed their thoughts. Next moment. 2 figures fell from the wall. 2 chimeric ants in the distance. Looking at Xiaoji, Qi and Zhaoshu, who were not injured in any way. Doubts surfaced in the minds of the 2 of them. Nian, this peculiar ability, as Legion commanders, they have naturally awakened. It can even be used roughly. Their attack just now had already carried a lot of thoughts. 2 chimeric ants are the commanders of the army, and their strength is enough to solve most of the enemies. What's more, when attacking, a lot of thoughts are attached. They are confident that they will forgive Xiaoji and Qi Krip Xiao directly. However, Xiaoji and Qi Qijiao tore through the training, which made them confused. Cut, these two little devils are really tough. After thinking about it for a long time, I still can't figure out the reason. The two chimeric ants could only use their underdeveloped brains, believing that the bodies of Xiaoji and the others were too hard. Then, let's see if it's your body that's hard or our strength. Ah tilde ha 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 ha. A chimeric ant with arms covered all over its body, like a centipede. Looking at Xiaoji's eyes full of expect. Seems to be expecting Xiaoji to bring him more surprises. That's right tilde quack quack. It's just useless resistance. Little devil, do you want Pochi, or Klo, for your new name? Or, do you want a new name? The two chimeric ants were not at all worried that they would lose. They were even in the mood to tease the two of them at the moment. Xiaoji and Qi. The two fell from the wall. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Next moment. The two seemed to have negotiated in advance, and a lot of thought power suddenly gathered under their feet. Boom tilde. Several potholes suddenly appeared at the feet of the two. Susu tilde. Xiaoji and Chinera Moraine flashed constantly in the underground passage. They quickly approached in the direction of their respective opponents in the distance. Dark step. A movement technique based on the principle of making no sound and moving quickly. It is the basic technique of beating the enemy's assassination technique. Xiaoji and Qiqi have already planted peppers from Qiqi and Suan. Since there is no advantage in speed, then use techniques to bridge the gap. Humans are never static and unchangeable. Chapter 286 _. Inside the underground passage. The two figures kept flickering, approaching towards their respective opponents. Gouda. Looking at Xiaoji who was constantly approaching him. A cold sweat dripped from the centipede-shaped chimeric ant's forehead. Can't see what's going on. For him, Xiaoji's movement speed is not that fast. Such a speed can only be regarded as a low middle level among chimeric ants. He usually doesn't look at this speed in the same way. However, when facing Xiaoji, he couldn't tell the next move. This is the first time he has encountered this situation, and he doesn't know how to deal with it for a while. Aside. Mosquito female chimeric ants are not doing much better. Compared to Xiaoji. Qiqi recruits Ji Suja skilled. The dark step technique was fully exploited by him to its potential. Obviously it's just an ordinary dark step, but the skill of limb bending is added to it. The figure kept approaching the mosquito female chimera ant. One after another realistic afterimages are walking in the underground passage. On each afterimage, the miracle agent charming Huangkong is about dry. Thus, whether it is the naked eye perception or the breath perception. In these perceptions, there is no difference between Qiqi Mo Xingongtui himself. Damn brat, I've decided, you don't even have the qualifications to be a dog, I'm going to tear you apart completely. The breath of the mosquito female chimeric ant became more and more gloomy. She wouldn't admit that she couldn't detect what the real Qiqi flattery said. The body flew into the air. Appears to be preparing for an attack. But whether they are preparing to attack or trying to evade. The idea of this is only known to the mosquito female chimeric ant. Corner of the underpass. Chioxime vinegar shot sneaking and slaughtering about Hanuman chimeric ants. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, even if it has a human-like appearance, it cannot change the fact that it is a chimeric ant. Looking at the mosquito female chimera ant's eyes, it became cold and absent-minded. The pupils constricted to the extreme. It seems that a certain mechanism has been opened, and the aura of the body becomes gloomy and dark. Next moment, the figure standing in the corner disappeared out of thin air. Flying in the air looking for the chimera ants, there was a chill that made her spine tingle. This kind of feeling, as if there is some existence staring at her. Behind. Such thoughts flashed through my mind. Puff. An inexplicable voice sounded. Purple-black blood splashed from the air to the ground. Pat tilde tilde tilde. The corpse of the chimera ant fell from the sky at the same time. Glancing at the headless corpse. The odd oxime spectrum is like a clump of fingers in the abdominal cavity. Swinging hard towards the ground, a ring of blood splashed on the ground. Done with this. He turned and looked in Xiaoji's direction. If you ignore his trembling right hand and the body that completely drains Nian, it still shows how powerful he is. The strength of the Chimeric Ant Legion commander is, after all, more than Qi Lun times. Even if the Legion commanders don't use the application skills of mind, the super defensive power of their own flesh is coupled with the mind attached by instinct. Its defense is not something that ordinary people can break through. Qi Oxime this soul Y is good at oxidizing time's Yun frame. But it just looks easy on the surface. The moment he attacked. Take advantage of the flow and hard tricks. Immediately flow the thoughts of the whole body to the right hand, and use the skills at the same time to instantly strengthen the attack power of the right hand. This is the truth that he killed the mosquito female chimeric ant in seconds. Looking at Xiaoji, there was a faint worry in his eyes. He has done his best to deal with a regiment commander. Xiaoji solves his opponent, not knowing how long it will take. Xiaoji will win, don't worry. Kate walked to the odd concrete bath at some point. He squatted down and looked at the corpse of Ba Naiman who was killed by Qi Prion. Observe carefully. Maybe it's because of the feeling of Qi just. Kate spoke comfortingly. His strength is better than Qi, and so is his perception ability. Under his perception, Xiaoji's physical quality can't be compared with his opponent, the centipede chimeric ant. In terms of the application of K Nian, it is far more than the centipede chimeric ant. With this in mind, although Xiaoji's winning process will be a bit difficult, Kate believes that Xiaoji must be the one who wins. And Kate glanced in Yi Yi's direction. With this man of unknown strength, he didn't think Xiaoji would have an accident. Yi Yi stopped him from hindering Jixi, and in his eyes, it was nothing more than testing Jixi's strength. But in this underground passage, there is not only a centaur and a chimeric ant. The existence of the two legion commanders happened to correspond to Xiaoji and Qiju. Test 1 is a test, and Test 3 is a test. Kate believed that if Yi Yi asked the three of them to face the chimera ants, she must have the confidence to ensure the safety of the three. A playful voice interrupted Kate's thinking. Tilde ho tilde Xiaoji is a good guy tilde. Qi Oxime jealousy was wondering when the two of them collided again. A subconscious compliment. Xiaoji was the first to do it. Dark step. With the addition of this special pace, Xiaoji approached the chimeric ant at an extremely fast speed. He and Qi Argon Huang, as reinforcements, have a slightly inferior control over Nian. Good promise. Therefore, he did not rashly attach his thoughts to his body. Instead, he made another choice. Absolutely. Condition the breath, and completely gather the breath of oneself in the body. Living in the jungle since childhood gave him a unique talent for restraining his breath. When the hunter tested the fourth test, Xiaoji had not yet acquired the ability to read. Abruptly, with his unique talent, he secretly captured Hisoka's number plate. From this, it can be seen that his talent in hiding breath. Dark step plus absolutely. Use both techniques at the same time. The chimera ants were a little unresponsive, and only saw a figure flashing around in the underground passage. Wait until he reacts. Xiaoji had already appeared in front of him. It started with scissors. The majestic thoughts kept condensing. People. Chapter 287 _ Xiaoji is a powerhouse of the enhancement department. But the fighting instinct is far more than that of chimeric ants. He knew that there was a huge gap between himself and his opponents. The only advantage is the mastery of the technique of reciting. Utilize application skills. It can increase its own attack dozens of times. This is the key to his victory. At the same time as running towards the chimeric ant, Xiaoji contained all the breath in his body. At the same time, various application techniques were used by him at the same time. Practice instantly ejects the qi in the body from the body to the outside, far exceeding the qi that is usually released. The moment when the qi in the body is released, use the other two tricks. Flow. 100% of the thought energy in the whole body quickly condensed towards the right hand. At this moment, his body's defense is almost zero, even a pistol can solve him at this moment. However, Xiaoji didn't care. Right now, there was only this chimeric ant in his eyes. Hair. Everyone's hair is different. Xiaoji, as a power enhancer, chooses to develop the most suitable power for him. Open black lens bracket. Guess the boxing close black lens bracket. Rock paper scissors. 3 different attack methods, each representing the ability of a series force. Stone. Strengthening system gathers most of the thoughts accumulated in the body towards the attacking hand, and uses the technique of hardness to increase the power of the fist with a large amount of qi by dozens of times. Scissors. Transformation system is used in the same way as the rock, except that the bombardment of the opponent with the fist is changed to the index finger and the middle finger close together, and the attribute of the qi is changed, so that it has a super cutting power. Cloth. Release system. By charging the mind for a short time, and then releasing it from the hand in one breath, shooting a mind energy bomb. It started with scissors. Rocks, scissors, knives. The knives that condensed almost the whole body of energy, slashed diagonally at the chimeric ants in front of them. What? The centipede chimeric ant's eyes widened. As the commander of the army, he also controls the ability of mind. Naturally, you can see the change in the flow of thoughts in Xiaoji's body. He couldn't understand why all the thoughts of the body could converge on the fingers. However, the sense of threat from Xiaoji's fingers gave him no time to think about it. Damn, a mere human kid. The excellent dynamic vision enables the centipede chimeric ant to clearly perceive the moving direction of Xiaoji's fingers. If he hadn't avoided it, then this finger knife would be enough to cut him off lazily. At this moment, the passage of time seems to have changed. The centipede chimeric ant flashed several ways to avoid it. Finally, puff. The finger knife that condensed Xiaoji's whole body, easily cut through the 8 pairs of arms of the centipede chimera ant. Yu Wei cut open his hard abdomen unabated. Purple-black blood spilled on the ground. Cough cough. The centipede chimeric ant couldn't stop spitting out blood. But looking at Xiaoji's slightly sluggish face, the centipede chimera ant had a successful planned smile on his face. I got you. The corners of the mouth twitched upwards. The low tone is full of confidence. Crunch tilde tilde tilde. The arms on both sides of the body that were cut off by the knives fell off toward the ground. Makes a creaking sound. With centipede genes, he never worries about arm injuries. If it's broken, it's time to grow a pair again. This time, although he lost 8 pairs of arms all at once. That doesn't mean it can't grow. It just grows a little slower. A malicious smile appeared on the face of the chimeric ant. A pair of arms suddenly grew from both shoulders. At this moment, Xiaoji's eyes widened, surprised that such an operation was still possible. Chimeric ants will not miss such an opportunity. He grabbed Xiaoji's neck. Small J couldn't escape. Just that moment, the mind in the body was instantly exhausted. It will take some time for the mind to recover. Struggling to grab the 2 hands that grabbed him, trying to break free from them. But all in vain. The physical quality of the chimeric ant surpasses that of Xiaoji by several times. The reason why Xiaoji was able to hurt the chimeric ants was mainly because he bullied the application skills they couldn't read. Instinctively attaches mind to weak spots. This is the limit of chimeric ants. Unfortunately, although the IQ of the species of chimeric ants is indeed incomparable to that of humans, after absorbing human genes, they have more or less the ability to think. Centipede chimeric ant. Before Xiaoji's attack, he had already thought of a way to deal with it. Oh hey, oh ha ha. Now you're in my hands, oh he he he. The centipede chimera ant looked at Xiaoji, who was struggling in his hands. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Far away. The Chi-Na breath became icy cold in an instant. Anger, long-lost anger welled up in his mind. He saw all Xiaoji's plans, and it could be said that he was able to come up with such a plan in the shortest possible time. It has been extremely rare. But the response of the chimeric ants surprised everyone. Wait, I'll save you right away. Too late to think. Which Juya began to surge. It seemed that in the next instant, he would rush forward recklessly. Wait, it's not time yet. Sudden. Cold he came from beside him. One of the angry Chiya froze. Look towards your left shoulder. A hand, I do not know when to press it. The power emanating from the palm of his hand sent Chiya to the ground. If it weren't for this hand, Kai Krypton Hittaya rushed in Xiaoji's direction. When is? Looking at Kate, who stretched out her hand to hold her down. Chiku di now brother decorated jewelry. Don't worry, since Xiaoji decides to solve the opponent himself, he must have the confidence to be able to solve the opponent. Look. Kate's voice took the strange man back. Far away. Xiaoji was caught by the neck and couldn't breathe at all. The complexion has changed to the color of pig liver. However, he should have been flustered, but a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is a stone. Xiaoji didn't know when to put his right hand behind his back. The anger from the daughter-in-law of Chi Konan slowly retracted into her body. Chapter 288 _ It started out as a stone. Rock, scissors, rock. The neck was strangled, making Xiaoji unable to speak. However, in his heart, he was constantly reciting the sound of starting hands. Accumulate. Grabbed by the centipede chimeric ant. He also restrained the centipede chimeric ant itself. The distance between the two is infinitely close. He could still hit the enemy. He thought so, and he did so in his hands. The right fist on his back is just in the blind spot of the centipede chimera ant's vision. Just a few seconds. The mind in the body has recovered a lot. He once again condensed Nian towards his right fist. At the same time, in order to avoid being detected by the centipede chimeric ants. Hidden. Xiaoji resorted to the technique of hidden. Although the right hand is constantly condensed with thoughts, the breath is tightly locked in the right hand. Thought this time was not as strong as the first time. But unlike before, this time he can maximize his power. Maximize the usage rate of psychic chi. The thought of the right fist continued to solidify. Bursts of light flashed from it. After a while, the light is getting brighter and brighter. Even Xiaoji's body could no longer be covered. The centipede chimeric ant frowned. He is not blind, and naturally he can see this faint light. Too bad he found out too late. The light in Xiaoji's hand was discovered, and it was due to the excessive energy that was condensed. You bastard, how dare you do a little trick? A bad premonition emerged from my heart. Puff. Another pair of arms was born from under the arms. The purple-black blood was still sticking to the arm, but the centipede chimera ant had no intention to deal with it. Under the anxiety, Nianqi subconsciously attached to his arms. Both arms swing out at the same time. Too bad it's too late. The moment the centipede chimeric ant attacked, Xiaoji's thoughts on his right fist also condensed to the limit. Fist that gleams with golden light. It shattered the arms like a smash. For a moment, the centipede chimera ant turned its arms into pieces after resisting it for a moment. Wait, I was wrong, let me go. Watching the fist that radiated golden light smashed towards him. The centipede chimeric ant's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Subconsciously begging for mercy. Begging for forgiveness. Pity. Xiaoji's fist. It's not just his own thoughts. There is more in it, which is derived from the anger of human beings. Even if Xiaoji is willing to keep his hand, as a human being, he cannot let go of the centipede chimera ant in front of him. Condense the fist of the last thought of the whole body. Relentlessly hit the centipede chimeric ant on the head. Thumping. Purple-black blood splashed Xiaoji's face. Physically exhausted. But looking at the fallen corpse in front of him, Xiaoji felt satisfied. Wipe the blood off your face without hesitation. Sitting directly on the body of the chimeric ant below. While recovering his strength, he looked into the distance. There. Jihe's battle is still going on. As the commander of the division, the strength of the corpse is far from being comparable to that of the commander of the army. Chimeric ants have only mastered the ability to read, but have not learned the application skills. The use of mind in battle is just based on instinct. The battle instinct of the division leader is enough to make up for the gap. Although I don't know the principle, I always use my mind instinctively when fighting. This is also the reason why the division leader chimeric ants are difficult to deal with. Even Bishiji, who has been cultivating for decades, cannot compare with the strength of a battle-type division commander. Just from this point, you can see how difficult the division head chimera ants are. Bang 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 tilde. Jixi and Huanzhou were constantly fighting each other in the air. Both of them had countless wounds, big and small. Blood flowed continuously from the wound, making the two of them look like bloody people. But even so, the battle between the two is still going on. Jihe's right fist sent out a strange wave of waves. Under this fluctuation, Jixi's injuries slowly recovered. Open black lens bracket. The unforgivable person. Close black lens bracket. Flowers. A pair of gloves that can only attack those who hate them. Capability, sanctions. Attacking haters, there is a 1% chance to reduce the enemy's psychic power by 10% and recover 10% of their own damage. Ability is very monotonous. But it ensures that Jixi has a steady stream of physical strength in the battle. As long as the enemy can't kill Jixi in one hit. The scale of victory fell to Jixi at the beginning. With Shangjixi's close combat skills, this ability is especially suitable for him. Thumping. Jixi's fist hit Huanzhou once again. Light flashed. Huanzhou felt that the thoughts in his body were suddenly reduced by 10% again. It was as if it had disappeared out of thin air. On the contrary, Jihe's wounds began to heal. Although the degree of recovery is not high, it has made Jixi's fighting power continue to recover. When both sides of the battle are wounded, Jihe's injuries continued to recover. The difference is gradually manifested. Even Huanzhou could see that the battle situation was becoming more and more unfavorable for him. But Jixi didn't care about this, and still fought close to the armor. Under the constant temptation, Jixi has discovered the weakness of Huanzhou. While the centaur's body brought him great strength, it also brought him inconvenience. The intersection of the horse's body and the human body, whether it is on the chest or behind. These two areas are his attack blind spots. The limbs of the horse's body cannot touch this area. The human body is too tall, although it is possible to bend down and touch the front. But the junction of the back cannot be touched. Jihe in battle. Thinking becomes extraordinarily calm. Constantly analyzing the best way to attack. Just a few minutes. He launched dozens of attacks, triggering 4 sanctions. Huanzhou's face became more and more ugly. Hiss tilde. Tongue sticking out. Huanzhou began to think about whether he wanted to continue fighting. Death of the Legion Commander. He has already sensed it through the special neural network of chimeric ants. The situation turned particularly unfavorable for him. His eyes wandered around, looking for the best escape route. Sun. Chapter 289 _ Huanzhou's eyes changed. As an opponent, Jixi felt the most clearly. Naturally, he would not let go of the half-cooked duck. If it just fails the test, he doesn't care at all. But if you let him go and leave, let him continue to devour human beings. He couldn't accept it. Public and private. He must behead Huan in this underground passage. His eyes flashed fiercely. The physical injury has basically recovered after triggering the sanction several times in a row. Continue to fight the scorpion. Just to heal the wound completely. But now that Huan Zhou wanted to escape, he didn't need to delay any longer. Drink. After colliding with the scorpion again and separating, Jixi didn't take the initiative to rush forward this time. Instead, he crossed his arms in front of Ju San, and assumed the signature pose of Xin Yuan Lu. The thoughts on his body kept expanding. Practice. It is a technique for people with psychic ability to greatly improve their own psychic power. People with different abilities have different habits. Some capable people think that posing in a specific posture will help them to store energy more easily. Jixi believes that heart-flowing gestures are the most suitable for him. Thoughts on the body. At the moment when Jixi's legs were slightly bowed and his arms crossed in front of him, start to expand. Ling Lai's wind blade circled around him. At the same time, an invisible wave radiated from him to the surroundings. The terrifying sense of oppression was oppressed by the distant Shenshao. What is the situation of this kid, and why did his aura become so strong? Cold sweat broke out on the forehead. It was as if the oppression from the superiors caused him to fall into an inexplicable shock. Gouda. Difficulty swallowing a saliva. Huan Zhou's hands were clenched tightly. Although I don't know what this sudden change is. But his brain began to keep warning him that he would die if he continued to fight with Jixi. Is to run away, or keep fighting. This is not a difficult choice, especially if you have prepared in advance. Wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Huan Zhou's expression became extraordinarily serious. The centaur's hooves began to rub against the ground. Look at this picture. Xiaoji, Chizut and others in the distance all reacted. This chimeric ant is going to do its best. Kate looked at Huan Zhou with cold eyes. He didn't know what the chimera ant had in mind. It is clear that his strength is stronger than Jixi by several points, but he has always hidden his strength. I don't know Kai He's ability. The crushing battle was abruptly beaten into the current situation. Has Jixi's strength grown to this point? It's amazing. Xiaoji walked away from the corpse of the centipede chimeric ant at some point. Came to the side of Keat, Dina, and Labo. Seeing the expanding breath on Jixi's body. Really happy. In the past, he always thought that he had done a lot of exercise in order to become stronger. You can stay in Yungu Hut for a few days. Only then did he realize what real exercise was. When waking up in the morning, Jixi is already in the exercise room, and I don't know how long she has been exercising. Noon break. Jixi is still carrying out the extra training set by herself. End of day training. Jihe is receiving sparring training from Bai Ciji and Yun Jiyu. This terrifying amount of training made him understand the gap between himself and Jixi. Jixi has such strength today. He is not only not jealous, but sincerely happy for it. It's just that Xiaoji didn't pay attention. Qian's body behind him continued to tremble. The pupils of both eyes narrowed to the extreme. Xiaoqi. A familiar voice suddenly appeared in my mind. ... Bang 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 tilde tilde tilde. The scorpion moved. The four hooves under him kept shaking. The concrete floor under his feet was stepped out of potholes by his hoofs. Huan Zhou's figure was like the legendary Maxima, running forward constantly. The thoughts in the body are covered around the body under the control of instinct. Huan Zhou's full strength running made the underground passage start to shake continuously. Look at the shrinking distance. A smile appeared on Huan Zhou's face. Puffs of smoke rose up in the passageway, covering the sight of Xiaoji and others in the distance. The speed of the scorpion was very fast, and it almost reached Jixi in an instant. The distance between the two was only the last 3 meters. Feel the arrival of the scorpion in front of you. Jihe slowly opened his eyes. Calm. At this moment, Jixi's eyes were only calm. Slowly raise your fists. An action that Yi was familiar with appeared in the underground passage. Fold your fists together. Start to be grateful. The rapidly expanding thoughts in his body gradually calmed down. The majestic thoughts rushed behind him. In an instant, an invisible phantom emerged. As the inheritor of the origin of the heart, Jixi naturally visited the patriarch Nitro. It's just that because of the poor talent in the past, it has not been taken seriously. But at the Olympia conference, his performance when he faced the evil spirit alone was valued by Nitro. When Nitro was training in the Hunters Association branch, I once summoned Jixi alone. Calm, grateful, and the original intention of learning martial arts. This is Jihe's advice from Nitro. It's just that he has been unable to understand this vague experience. But this moment, he recalls the exhaustion of being exhausted from training. He recalled the despair of being invincible in the face of a powerful enemy. He recalled that chimeric ants were wanton smashing in the NGL village bad, cannibalistic images. And the satisfaction that comes from guarding those strangers. Jishi realized. The posture of folded hands changes. Mopping the floor with one hand, the sky with one hand. There is no heaven and earth, only my heart. Although it was still Jixi's voice, it was inexplicably solemn at the moment. The moment the voice fell, the breath behind him became more condensed. Finally, a tall figure stood behind Jixi. Open black lens bracket. Do not move. King Kong Ming Wong close black lens bracket. Unlike Nitro, Jixi's insights are not inclusive of the world. There are so many wicked people in the world, and he wishes to use his own practice to wake up all living beings and scare away demonic obstacles. Therefore, the Buddha statue that he condensed. Not only does it not have a trace of peace, but what it has is the vicious god who has slashed the world. Chapter 290 _ Far away. Yi leaned against the corner to watch a play. His breath has remained calm, without any turbulence, just silently leaning against the corner. At the moment when Jixi was grateful, Yi's breath suddenly became disordered for a moment. The surging spirit burst out of the body. Just the next moment, it was slowly taken back into the body. If it wasn't for the sleeves being pulled up by the Reiki, it would be as if nothing had happened. Kate was standing together, watching the battle between Kaihe and the chimeric ants together. But when they saw the huge figure of Jixi condensed, they all fell into silence. 100-style Guanyin. Kate has been a capable person for the longest time. There is also an understanding of Nitro's abilities. Looking at the figure floating quietly behind Jixi, he immediately thought of Bai Shi Guanyin. After careful observation, Kate shook her head suspiciously. No, this is not the Bai Shi Guanyin. The breath of Bai Shi Guanyin is completely different from that of 14. Quote. As Jin's apprentice, Kate has seen what the real Bai Shi Guanyin looks like. Although both are glittering, both belong to the incarnation of Buddha-type gods. But the difference is still huge. The Buddha's shadow condensed by wisdom. The breath is only a few points stronger than him, far less than Nitro. And the faces of the two are completely different. Avalokitesvara of the 100 worlds, charitable and kind-hearted, with the meaning of tolerant of the world. This Buddha statue. It is ferocious and evil, as if it means to kill the enemy of the world. He holds a golden long sword in his left hand, and a Vajra pestle in his right hand. This is completely different from Bai Shi Guanyin, it is another new path. Looking away. Mop the ground with one hand and one finger at the sky. Jihe, who is guarded by King Fudo King Kong Ming. Kate was silent. He didn't know how many times he had been silent today, but in the face of these pictures that broke his worldview, the only thing he could do was to be silent. He looked at the scorpion who was rushing towards him. Jixi maintained the posture of mopping the floor with one hand and pointing to the sky with one hand. Behind him, King Fudo King Kong exudes an aura that makes Huanzhou feel hopeless. Chimeric ants, you kill all beings and feed on humans. The ethereal voice echoed in the underground passage. Let Kate and others in the distance become more silent. As a human being, I'm selfish. I can't bear a cannibal like you to survive. Repent for cannibalizing humans, chimeric ants. Every time Jixi said a word, the breath of King Fudo King Kongming became stronger behind him. To the end. The breath of King Fudo King Kongming has surpassed Jixi itself dozens of times. Jixi's eyes slowly closed. Unmoving King Kongming Wang King Kong Pestle. The hand pointing in the air. Resolutely draw forward. Next moment. Jihe's eyes suddenly opened. At the same time. The immovable King Kongming Wang behind him moved. Right hand holding a vajra. He smashed hard in the direction of the scorpion in front of him. Can't resist. Feeling the breath of the sky slamming down on him, Huan couldn't resist. He could only stare blankly. Waiting for the vajra to come. The passage of time seems to have changed. At this moment, Huanzhou recalled the memory of being a human before him. Dog. As a dog of Zai Lui, it is difficult to live. Before his death, he was a subordinate of Zai Lui, just because he was dissatisfied with the slave trade business of NGL. Make a proposal to Zaloi to abolish the slave trade. But in the end, he was raised by Zai Lui as a dog. Pochi seems to be his own name. Chloe seems to be the name of his best friend. Looking at the vajra that was slowly falling in the air, tears flowed slowly from the face of the man. I actually did something like this. During his lifetime, he fought to protest the slave trade. After his death, he personally played slave cultivation. Give up resistance completely. Huanzhou closed his eyes tightly and silently greeted death. Smack. A puddle of meat mud appeared in the underground passage. Looking at the few drops of water beside the puree, Jixi seemed to be thinking about something. Next moment. Slap tilde tilde. The slender body slammed to the ground. However, Jixi's body was completely exhausted, and he fell into a coma. Jixi's strength is only similar to Xiaoji and others. Just a newly awakened ability. Open black lens bracket. The unforgivable person close black lens bracket. Just like the first solution of Zanpakugo, it temporarily strengthened the mind in his body several times. This energy is brought about by ability. He didn't train himself. Like a castle in the sky, illusory and unreal. However, Jixi just relied on this illusory power to have an epiphany in one fell swoop, Fujian King Mingwang. This is almost his limit. However, incarnating the immovable King Kong King requires a lot of thought. It can be said that he was able to use the last vajra, which was already squeezing his own body. After releasing the final blow, the body is completely relaxed. This relaxation made his forgetful exhaustion well up in his body. Not yet able to disarm. He was already unconscious on the ground. Far away. Jixi. Xiaoji watched Jixi fall to the ground and subconsciously ran forward. At the same time, Yi's figure came out of the dark, and behind him was Elabella, who appeared at an unknown time. NGL border. The airship slowly descended. A beautiful shadow has been waiting here in advance. 3 figures walked out of the airship. President Nitro. The long-awaited shadow. See the figure that I have seen before. Can't keep the sadness inside anymore. Crying and jumping forward. The 3 who got off the airship were Nob, Mo Laowu, and Nitro. Looking at the woman who came forward inexplicably. Molawu subconsciously blocked the huge smoke pipe in front of him. It prevented Qianying from jumping directly onto Nitro. However, this huge smoke pipe. But he was gently pushed aside by Nitro. Hu tilde ho. Molawu, don't stop a little girl from crying. Nitro stroked his beard. I remember your name is Peng Si. It was a pity that you were eliminated in the 4th experiment last year. Pence looked at Nitro's dignified appearance. The tears in his eyes could no longer be controlled. Jump forward. Chapter 291 3 people walking in the jungle. The night gradually dimmed. Nitro, Nob, and Molawu came to NGL. It was getting late. The trio had planned to spend the night on the airship before entering the NGL for investigation the next day. Can be guarded at the NGL entrance. Let the 3 of them dispel the idea of staying for an extra night. Peng Si was rescued by Bai Siji, and she did not forget what she had promised. The outside world as soon as possible. What happened in NGL? Let the outside world prepare in advance. Bai Siji naturally supports Peng Si's idea. What happened to NGL is no longer something that a few of them can solve. If you don't use the power of the Hunter Association, the tragedy of the Berzakova Islands may happen again. Under this concern, Bai Siji took Peng Si to the NGL border. Practicing strength can be done at any time. Sending Peng Si first has no effect on her. To this, Yun Ji Yu, a colleague, said, the overall situation of mankind is important, and there is no opinion. Wait for Nitro and others at the NGL border entrance unscathed. Of course, after being a professional hunter for so many years, Bai Siji naturally wouldn't put everything on Peng Si's body. Out of NGL territory. Communication was restored on her personal cell phone. The first step is to tell Nitro what happened to NGL. Get him ready in advance. To put it badly, although she admired Peng Si's thought for the sake of mankind. But for how much she knows about it. Bisuki was skeptical. Quite a while. The 3 men stopped. Feel the faint smell of blood in the air. The faces of the 3 were a little ugly. Although I had prepared it in advance a week ago. But when the 3 really confirmed it, the anger in their hearts couldn't stop bursting out. What happened here is indeed the same as what Bishiji and Pensi said. They tilde. Nitro's face was full of shadows. Crouch down and pick up a piece of flesh from the ground. Behind him. Norbu and Molawu's expressions were the same. Both of them were more or less stained with blood. There is no life left in this village. Even the livestock were all swallowed, leaving only a few bones. Norbu stretched out his index finger and pushed his eyes up slightly. This seems to be his habitual movement. In the few days of getting along, Molawu has seen him repeat this action many times. Fortunately, we managed to catch a chimeric ant. The voice falls. Molawu took a step forward. In his hand he also held a cockroach-shaped chimeric ant that was breathing slightly. It's just that the injury on its body at this moment seems to be a little serious. The arms were abruptly removed. Purple-black blood continued to flow out of the wound. The hard shell seems to have been hit by some kind of blunt weapon continuously, and countless depressions of different sizes are arranged on the shell of the body. Ho tilde. Nitro dropped the flesh and blood in his hands. Slowly stood up and looked at the chimeric ant in the hands of Molawu. It was really a windfall. Nitro's expression. It didn't change because of the tragic appearance of the chimeric ants. As a human, he would not be moved by this inhuman race. Maybe you can get a lot of useful information. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After living for more than 100 years, I got some information from an ant. He can still do it. Lightening. Yi woke up from Kate's resident room. After solving the chimeric ants such as the scorpion, Yi and the others have no reason to continue to stay in the underground military factory. While it's still dark, he went back the same way and headed towards the valley station where he came. When returning to the resident hut, the 4 capable people from different teams have disappeared inexplicably. The hut was safe and sound, and the facilities inside were not damaged at all. Not much information though, but enough to explain everything. The 4 of them took the initiative to leave the resident cabin and did not know where to go. Although I don't know why the 4 left, it has nothing to do with Yi. Even they took the initiative to leave, which responded to Yi's thoughts. 4 unidentified guys. Yi has never had the habit of living under the same roof with such a person. If they don't leave voluntarily, Yi might help them leave, voluntarily. As for Kate, he seemed to know something in advance, but he didn't care about the departure of the 4. As if the owner of the cottage was not him. Just take a shower. Yi walked towards the training hall. The creator of the hut, I don't know if he is a perfectionist. Various facilities can be found in the hut. Yi even found a small KTV in the hut. It has to be said that the functions of the cabin are a bit too complete. Crunch. Enter the exercise room. Someone had already come in ahead of time, crawling in the distance and doing 1-finger push-ups. Under him was a shallow water stain. This water stain is the sweat that keeps flowing out of the body during training. Walking to this person, Yi could hear him reporting some numbers with difficulty. 7792, 7793. 7794, 7795. Every time you report a number, the figure went up and down with difficulty. When the fluctuating number reached 1,026,865,268, the figure was completely exhausted. His arms softened, and his body slammed to the ground feebly. Sweat stains on the ground. Falling down is obviously not a good thing. Suddenly a hand stretched out from the side and grabbed the figure that fell to the ground. A cold voice sounded. Jixi, I remember telling you that while exercising, you can't forget to be vigilant around you. Paralyzed arms. Jihe fell to the ground powerless. Hearing this cold, familiar voice, a smile appeared on his face. Of course I haven't forgotten. With the strength from his hand, Jihe stood up again. But it was Yi who came in. I don't have to worry about slaves at all. Kai. A bright smile appeared on his face. Chapter 292 _ Perhaps it is the realization of new abilities. Jihe feels more cheerful. An inexplicable metaphor wanted to radiate out. So. Boom. A ruthless shudder greeted Jixi's smooth head. Knight's face. It suddenly became icy cold. Such an indifferent performance was completely different from his expectations. Hunter world. It's not a world where you can survive depending on your strength. Think weird. This is the most noteworthy part of this ability system. In Hunter world, maybe a humble beggar has the ability to easily take the lives of others. Yi even with his current strength. I dare not say that I can beat everyone in the world. In the Hunter world, the most important thing is those rules-based killing abilities with harsh conditions but extremely special effects. Jixi's hehehehe look made Yi a little disappointed. But the boy in front of him is, after all, his favorite companion. Sashin is still young. There is enough time to correct his character. Thinking of this, a cold smile emerged from the corner of Yi's mouth. Seeing this icy expression, Jixi also seemed to have reacted, and she seemed to be a little too public. Difficulty swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Jihe inexplicably felt that her good days were coming to an end. Dash 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 dash. Xiaoji and Chi Dumpling recite the tooth book. It is already 10 o'clock in the morning. Because in order to avoid embarrassing things happening again, Yi took Jishi on purpose and asked Kate for a new room. Anyway, there are so many rooms in the hut, and it is not bad for myself. The two had eaten breakfast carefully prepared by Dina. After washing up, I walked towards the training hall. Yesterday's action gave the two of them a new understanding of ability development. Temporarily gave up the plan to go out to fight ants. Kate also understands this. The strength of chimeric ants has been severely reduced in recent times. The division leader level has not been seen for a long time. Yesterday's scorpion has been really rare. He may not have met a chimeric ant that can fight him for a long time. Yesterday, Jixi fought a few people. Makes Kate's hunter ready to fight. He himself made a plan to go out to fight ants today. It was more convenient for Xiaoji to not follow him. The difference in strength means that the strength of the enemy encountered is also different. He could be an opponent to fight, but to Xiaoji and others, it was a formidable enemy that was hard to match. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of physical body collision resounded from time to time in the training hall. There are too few thoughts on the body, so how can you resist the enemy's attack? No. This time your body is covered with too many thoughts. With so many thoughts covering the surface of your body, you are wasting the thoughts in your body at all. At your level, even Maggie, who is a little weaker than you, can easily defeat you. Soft and cute female voice. It sounded in the training hall. If you are heard by a special hobby, I am afraid that you will be too excited to be yourself. Droplets. A member of the Phantom Troop. When you were in Yukishin, because the Phantom Brigade provoked Yi killed him. Now Yi relies on the ability of collapsing jade. Transform it into its own mind beast. It has undergone many renovations. Yi also had experience, and Xiaodi's newest transformed souls have memories of their lifetimes. It's just that they became Nian beasts, so that they could not disobey Yi's orders. In the hall, Jixi's figure fled around in a panic. Behind him, Nobunaga and Faden, who were also transformed into Nian beasts. All members of the Phantom Troop were destroyed. Souls are trapped in the collapsed jade. Yi can transform it into his own mind beast at any time. With his strength, he rarely encounters scenes that require the appearance of the beast. The one that usually appears the most is Ilbira. To help Jixi train today, Yi summoned the 3 members of the brigade who had been remodeled long ago. If Jixi can completely grasp the ability of Zen Enlightenment yesterday, these 3 brigade members can be destroyed easily. It's a pity. The strength Jixi showed yesterday was just a temporary bonus with the help of unforgivable person. Open black lens bracket King Kong Fudo Mingwang close black lens bracket. It is also reluctantly resorting to the perception at the time. Now back to normal. Not to mention condensing the Buddha's shadow, he even forgot how he got into that state yesterday. Therefore, at this time, facing the pursuit of the 3 members of the Phantom Troop, Jixi could only run around in sorrow. When Xiaoji and Xiaojiao died calling Taidongchong, what I saw were the 3 familiar figures, constantly chasing and killing Jixi. Lots of blood flowing from Jixi's body. Nobunaga uses a sword, and attacking is one of the things he is best at. The speed of Faden is the fastest in the brigade. The frequency of attacks is not something that ordinary people can resist. As for Xiaodi, it only occasionally restrains Jixi's movement. More still reminds Jixi how to mobilize the mind in the body. In the distance, it is Yi who closed his eyes and meditated. This picture made the 2 little ones a little overwhelmed. Not sure how to do it. Help Jixi. He is a friend of the 2 little dogs, and it is his duty to help. The strength Jixi showed yesterday has surpassed the 2. Even he couldn't resist, even adding the 2 of them seemed to have no effect. And it looks like he is meditating at night. It seemed that Jixi didn't have any serious problems. If Jixi is in danger, the two believe that Yi Yi has solved the 3 brigade members as soon as possible. And the two suddenly remembered. The phantom troop seems to have been completely resolved by Yi Yi. Appearing here, the two shuddered. He hurriedly moved towards Yi Yi's direction. Little J, help me, Chi. The two completely ignored the faint voice behind them. Start thinking about new abilities. Rumbling tilde. Thunderbolt tilde thunderbolt tilde. The sound of the two little animals developing new abilities kept ringing in the training hall. Far away, Jixi is constantly being chased and killed. It's just that he hasn't found out that under the constant pursuit, his speed is getting faster and faster. Chapter 293 _ NGL Autonomous Region. An ordinary village. From time to time came bursts of mourning. Screams, howls, and inexplicable sounds. In this village, hundreds of villagers fled in panic. Fight back. Failed. I don't know when. This kind of monster suddenly appeared in the NGL Autonomous Region tilde. Capture young labor from various villages. Resist. Although the villages are far apart. But it is not without contact. After several villages contacted each other, it was found that this was not what happened in one village. Almost every village. There are cases where monsters prey on humans. This appalling terrorist attack has filled almost everyone with despair. But cannot save them. After panic. In order to survive, these villages united. Try to fend off the attacks of these monsters together. In the crisis of life and death, human beings are always very fast in their ability to act. Confirm the day of the union. The few villages that have contact with each other will rush towards the village in the middle of these villages. The scene of the whole village relocation. First appeared in the NGL Autonomous Region. The migration of such a large base naturally attracted the attention of chimeric ants. 6 villages agreed to join forces. But in the end, there were only 3 villagers who arrived here. Villages that did not come. What they have suffered, these people know better than anyone else. However, this is inevitable, only when they are for the surviving villagers, attracting the attention of the chimeric ants. 4 villages are united. The youthful vitality instantly reached nearly 200 people. This huge number of people gave them the confidence to survive. They believe that with the counterattack of so many people, the monsters are not only unable to continue to prey on humans. It will even be completely killed by humans under this irresistible force. Under this idea, the people of the village actively set up various traps for hunting. In a pristine area like NGL, hunting is a basic skill. After making all the preparations, the leaders of the village lit a bonfire to attract the monsters who went out to find food. But the idea is beautiful, but the display is often cruel. The bonfire does attract monsters. Even as they thought, they were bound by the various traps they arranged. But when they mustered up their courage, when rushing up with all kinds of homemade weapons, but it was abruptly discovered that they could not pierce the shells of these monsters. The body surface shell of a chimeric ant. Its hardness is such that even ordinary people with power of mind cannot penetrate it. The moment when the atmosphere of disappointment spreads in the crowd. The chimeric ants bound by the traps of the villagers. They have broken through these constraints. It is itself a trap used to catch common wild animals. It is extremely rare to be able to restrain a chimeric ant for a second. These people can even be proud of it. He and the others used only hunting traps to restrain the chimeric ants. The moment when the chimeric ants break through the bondage. Despair. Despair from the depths of the soul spread in the hearts of all the villagers. Run away, in this despair. People can only run around helplessly. It is expected that these chimeric ants will voluntarily leave after catching enough food. Just like the previous times. Speaking. Humans that can survive predation by chimeric ants. Except for the elderly and the weak. It can only be those who hide when the chimeric ants attack. If it is these people, it is not impossible to abandon the companions. Unfortunately, their large-scale migration has long attracted the attention of Division Commander Peggy. It's rare to see so many people gathered together. Naturally, he would not miss such a rare opportunity. 300 worker ants were dispatched by him. Unfortunately, it is the same as the mass migration of humans was discovered by chimeric ants. Such a large-scale dispatch of chimeric ants naturally attracts hunters who hunt chimeric ants. Inside dilapidated house. A young mother, hiding in the corner of the 2 pickle jars, kept shaking bosom. It was her 2-day-old child. Compared to the tragic massacre outside, this newborn baby lay quietly in his mother's arms. Flowers. Nicely asleep. However, he looked at the child who had not opened his eyes in his arms. The young mother felt nothing but despair. She is not afraid of death, but what should she do with her children? But the screams from outside the house made her helpless. The only thing I can do is to hide myself in the corner of the room. Pat. There was a sound of falling from outside the house. The young mother knew that it was the sound of a human body falling to the ground. Trembling. Teeth banged up and down because of the trembling. Makes a rattling sound. Puff. Blood flowed from his mouth. In order to avoid the sound of teeth colliding, chimeric ants are attracted. She put her arm in her mouth and bit down hard. She didn't know. Blood from the mouth. Instead, it attracts monsters. A chimeric ant with a dog face suddenly stopped chasing the villagers in the distance. Stop in place. Nose began to sniff. A faint smell of blood came from a distance. Mechanically turned around. Walk in the direction of the smell of blood. Pat tilde pat tilde pat tilde. With every step, the young mother in the house throbbed in her heart. Finally, the footsteps stopped in front of the house. Fear, an indescribable fear, came to my mind. Tears of despair flowed down his face continuously and fell on the face of the baby in his arms. The sudden wetness broke the baby's sleep. Wow, wow. A baby's cry came from the room. Pung. It was too late to cover the cry of the baby. The door of the house slammed open from the outside in an instant. The warm sunlight poured in, illuminating the dark room. Young mother. But only feel the endless cold. Finally. His face turned pale. Ripped off a piece of clothing and put it in the baby's mouth, hiding it in the pickle jar behind him. With a decided look on his face, he ran towards the outside of the house. If you die, you can save your child's life. It's worth it. She thinks it's worth it. PFFT. Child. Chapter 294_. Young mother. Sitting blankly on the ground. I haven't realized what happened just now. An unknown object that was mashed into flesh stuck to the door of her room. Judging from the hair and carapace on that mashed meat, the young mother knew that these were the monsters who took away her husband. Why did it suddenly turn into a mashed meat? The young mother was still wondering. Suddenly a dress was thrown from behind. Covered the leaked white fat. Sorry, we're late. The cold voice, coupled with the clothes suddenly draped over him, let the young mother come back to her senses. Look behind you. A man with eyes stood behind him. Purple blood stuck to the man's face. The upper 297 bodies who took off their coats were wounds one after another. It was supposed to look like a picture that frightened him. At this moment, she felt an unreal feeling. But it's too late to thank. The young mother suddenly remembered something. His face changed suddenly. Crawling towards the house. Find the baby in the pickle jar and pull out the corners of its clothes. The loud cry sounded, and the young mother was completely relaxed. But when she came back to her senses, there was only a lump of meat at the door. The man with eyes who came to help has long disappeared. Get out of the house. The morning sound that had spread throughout the village had disappeared before you knew it. A blank look appeared on the young mother's face. She also knew the name of the benefactor who saved her life. As a result, people just disappeared, which made her feel unreal. In the village. I don't know if she has this idea alone. 1, 2, 3. Dozens, hundreds of villagers looked at the figure that shuttled through the village. Doubtful. So fast, is it still human? But what followed was the joy of surviving. Choking. Only when you are on the verge of death can you know the value of life. The dog-headed chimeric ant fled in a panic. Invert. The identity of hunter and prey suddenly reversed. A few minutes ago. He is still wanton arresting humans. And take the opportunity to enjoy the rare taste. With so much food here, he knew he couldn't catch it all this time. Since he can't catch them, he can't eat one too much, right? He is not the only chimeric ant who thinks like this. Only when dozens of chimeric ants wantonly prey on humans together. A figure pierced the sky. Directly in front of him. Haven't waited for them to react. The fallen figure suddenly disappeared. Next moment. The dog-headed chimeric ant saw its companion beside it. His head exploded like a watermelon. By the way, what is a watermelon? Too late to think. The dog-headed chimeric ant subconsciously turned around and ran. The ability to survive many times of predation is due to the ability to survive in the depths of the soul. Unfortunately, this time it seems that even go ability. Nor can he save his already rotten soul. Chasing figure. Look at the chimeric ant running away. Mind power condensed on the fist. The amount of agglomeration is not too much, just enough for its owner to just blow the dog head of the chimeric ant. At the same time, the thoughts gathered under the feet. Boom. The thought power under his feet suddenly exploded. A recoil spread from underfoot. Pong tilde tilde. A crisp voice sounded. The fists that gathered the power of thought hit the dog's head with precision and accuracy. Woo tilde, it's the last one. Yunji-yu waved his fist. Spill the blood from the fist on the ground. Round. His perception range is a radius of 60 meters, which fluctuates up and down by 3 to 5 meters depending on his physical and mental state. Within this range of perception, there are no chimeric ants left. Since he and Bisuki discovered this army of chimeric ants. Only 10 minutes passed. However, in this short 10 minutes, he alone has killed nearly 100 chimeric ants. Accomplish such a feat. Thought in the body only consumes less than half. Youngu's current strength. Compared to a month ago, it is a world of difference. What happened in this, only he and Baisiji know. He glanced at the base of his left arm, which was oozing blood. Tore off a piece of cloth from the body again. Mindfulness is attached to it. The temperature rises suddenly, and the simple sterilization is completed. Casually wrapped around the root of the broken left arm. Turn around and walk towards the center of the village. I don't know what happened to the master there. Icy expression. I can only think of that old woman who looks like a loli, but is actually a few decades old. Just calmed down a bit. After the barriers to growth have disappeared. Yunji-yu is growing all the time. 10 years of accumulation. Let his strength catch up with his master in just a few days. This time, he was a step ahead of CG and discovered an abnormal number of chimeric ants. This saved the lives of nearly 100 villagers. After solving all the chimeric ants in this area, Yunji-yu turned and left with peace of mind. A broken body was left alone. As a powerhouse of the enhancement system, there has never been an opponent who can completely die under his hands. Go in the direction of the village. There are many dead bodies along the way. Among these corpses, there are humans and chimeric ants. But looking at these pictures, the expression on Yungu's face did not change. Extremely cold. Is very similar to his apprentice, Yi. That was after seeing too many deaths. A numb expression to death. Enter the village. Chimeric ants are nowhere to be seen. Those villagers who escaped from death have no time for sentimentality at this moment. After simply treating the wound on his body, he looked around the village. When Yunji found by CG, she is instructing these villagers to move the corpses one by one to the center of the village, ready for centralized processing. The corpse was heavily polarized. Either die without a corpse, or preserve it intact. However, there is no difference in its destination. A fire completely turned to ashes. An hour ago, the villagers who swore to exterminate the chimeric ants were all reduced to ashes at this moment. It can only be said that life is sometimes extraordinarily fragile. Ellipsis. On a tree a few hundred meters away, the canopy swayed slightly. A fluffy tail wobbled. It seems to be an interesting scene. Chapter 295 _ Looking at the smoke and dust slowly drifting towards the air in the distance. Humans are such a weak meow. Sure enough, it's just some low-level creatures tilde meow. The mysterious figure crouching on the canopy shook his little ears. But it was these low-level creatures that forced those division leaders into their lair and dared not come out. It's really useless stuff. He didn't care what he said about the division leader, but he was already a slightly higher-ranked existence among chimeric ants. Comment on the head of the division in such a tone. In the chimeric ant, this hierarchical species, it can only be a chimeric ant that is one level higher than the division commander. Among the chimeric ants with a higher level than the division commander are only the guards, the queen, and the ant king. However, at this time the queen is in the stage of cultivating the queen ant. The latter two simply cannot appear here. Simple thinking. The identity of this chimeric ant is known. Guards, Nephipidus. When cultured, a large number of cat genes are injected. This made her born with a lot of cat-like features on her body. Distant village. A picture of surviving villagers burning the bodies of dead villagers attracts Nephipeto's attention. For her, who is a chimeric ant, burning the corpse like this is undoubtedly a waste of food. What about the same kind? To Nephipidus, humans are chimeric ants. The body is rich in nutrients. Since they have a lot of nutrients, they are foods that can replenish the body's energy. She couldn't understand such a waste of food. Constantly thinking about the purpose of those humans burning corpses. Is it to make the food taste better? Or a new way of eating? The curiosity in her heart made her quietly look at the picture in the distance. Fluffy cat tail behind. With the curiosity in Nephipeto's heart. Swinging from time to time. But not until those corpses were completely burnt to rubbish. The villagers surrounding the fire haven't moved yet. Just kept crying. Can't understand. The tail wobbled from time to time. Nephipito became more and more incomprehensible. Forget it, go and ask yourself. After thinking for a long time, I still can't figure out the reason. This exhausted Nephipito's patience. The muscles of the legs expand slightly. Align the direction. Pung. The canopy burst open in an instant. A light flashed from the sky. In a distant village, Yungu and Bisji are about to leave. To this village, the two of them were nothing but passers-by. Help them out. The rest is up to them. It can't be said that the two are cruel, but there are not many such villages in NGL. At this moment, he is being attacked by chimeric ants. Every second you drag. I don't know how many people died in the mouths of chimeric ants. The two walked to the entrance of the village. Without hesitation, he lifted his leg and left. However, Susu tilde tilde. There was a sudden burst of sound in the air, followed by a malicious thought. This thought completely enveloped Yunji and Bai Siji. While this thought contains malicious intent, there is also an uncontrollable killing intent. Too late to think. The two subconsciously spread to the side. While dispersing, Yunji and Bai Siji did not forget to look in the direction where the breath came from. A black dot in the air quickly flew towards the direction of the two. At the same time, this little black spot keeps getting bigger. Just 1 second. The two of them could vaguely see the true face of this black spot. Youngu and Bishiji. The pupils of the two men shrank instantly. Humanity. Do not. There are cats. It is a feline chimeric ant. Grunt. Their throats rolled up and down. This is the first time they have seen chimeric ants so similar to humans. There is no reason. Two hearts, an uneasy feeling flashed through. There is no reason for this feeling, but it is so strong that the two cannot ignore it. Boom tilde tilde tilde. The two of them only felt a gust of wind blowing past them. Ling Lai's wind blade swept across the skins of Youngu and Bishiji. A small wound appeared on the skin of both of them. In the face of these wind blades, Yunji and Bishiji were reluctant to cover their bodies with their thoughts. Face such an enemy. The two of them didn't dare to waste any thought at all. Vigilance. The position where the two stood before. At this moment, it was covered by the sky of smoke. If the two of them didn't react, they were still standing where they were just now. At this moment, I am afraid that the Catwoman who has fallen from the sky has been smashed into flesh. Look at this diffuse smoke. Yunji and Bishiji looked at each other subconsciously for a moment. The two nodded slightly. It seems that something has been prepared. Yunji flipped his right hand, and a small stone was in his hands at some point. Weak. An application technique that uses the technique of wrapping one's own mind to wrap the object in contact with the body to strengthen the properties of the object. No more, no less. Just enough to strengthen the thought of the stone in the hand. From Youngu's hand, he slowly wrapped around the stone. This thought energy not only ensures that the power of the stone is strengthened to the limit, but also the maximum that the stone can withstand. The amount of thought chi, as long as there is a little more. This stone will be turned into powder because it cannot bear it. Hold the stone between your index and middle fingers. Next moment. Woohoo tilde tilde tilde. The wrist trembled slightly in an indiscernible range. A stone between two fingers. It shot into the smoke like a cannonball. The stone pierced the air, making a whimpering sound. At the same time, Bishiji's figure flickered. Nianqi spewed out from the fine holes in his body. The figure changed rapidly, and in just a moment, the lowly form disappeared. A burly man-like body appeared. Nianqi quickly flowed to his feet. Increase its strength and speed. Plant your feet firmly on the ground. The roaring sound mixed with the sound of stones breaking through the air. Hidden the sound of Bishiji running. Quickly jog your feet. Its figure almost instantly reached the center of the big smoke. Left leg turned slightly. Drive your body to turn left. I do not know when the right leg has condensed almost the whole body of thoughts. Without hesitation. A side kick that contains the energy of the whole body. However. A lotus root-like arm stretched out from the smoke. Chapter 296_. Facing the unknown chimeric ants in the smoke. Yunji and Bishiji habitually did a test first. Youngu threw the stone in his hand to attract the attention of the enemy at the same time. With the help of the sound of stones, Bishiji took the opportunity to launch an attack. Such cooperation is simple. But in the face of those chimeric ants with low IQ, it is surprisingly easy to use. Unfortunately, what the two encountered this time was not the ordinary chimeric ants before. In the face of Bishiji's almost all-out kick, a jade arm like a lotus root stretched out from the smoke. Slap tilde. Grab it lightly with one hand. It's like just taking something from someone else. Easy and casual. But the next moment, the slender hand that grabbed Bishiji's sturdy calf. A sudden burst of force. The blood vessels on the back of the hand suddenly burst. Rotate the wrist 90 to the left. It led Bishiji, who was in her hands, to fall to the ground. Boom tilde tilde tilde. The ground trembled for a moment. A huge pothole appeared in the ground. It turned out to be one that smashed Bishiji's tempered body into the ground. At the same time, Yuzu in Lolita shoes. One foot stomped on Bishiji's twin ponytails. The dark and ominous thoughts attached to his feet just by instinct. Moment. Bishiji, who hadn't reacted yet, fell into a coma. You must know that in the state of Bishiji's transformation, he can deal with the chimeric ants at the division commander level. Now facing Neferpeto, he has no power to fight back. Quote. Far away. Yungu feels everything through, circle. His brows furrowed tightly, his icy look no longer. He knew that this time he really encountered an enemy. He couldn't easily resist Siji's body in this state, let alone slam it into the ground. This chimeric ant of unknown strength. Making Yunji look at the deep pit on the ground, there is a hint of worry in his eyes. Worrying about what the chimeric ant would do to Bai Siji. Human. In Yungu's vigilance. The smoke slowly dissipated, and a smaller figure gradually emerged. At the same time a voice sounded. The voice is very soft and waxy, like a child who is still underage. People are a little curious, why did you just burn the body, meow? There was no hostility in the voice. It's like a normal inquiry. However, Yunji couldn't ignore the evil thoughts and killing intent hidden in this breath. Just be more vigilant. In the smoke. Neferpeto felt Yungu's movements. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Cats are very curious creatures. If she couldn't answer her doubts, Neferpetus wasn't sure what he would do. Divide the corpse. Or just eat it. No, this is so boring. Another cat nature is to play. If Yungu didn't answer her doubts, Neferpetus would definitely make him a toy. Just. In Neferpet's disappointed look. Yunji began to talk about the reason why they burned the corpse. The corpses were burned to avoid the plague. Icy voice. It seems to represent the state of Yunji at this time. Calmness, the ultimate calmness. No matter how worried Bishiji was in his heart, he still remained calm. Answering the question of this powerful chimeric ant. Such hot weather. So many villagers and chimeric ants died in a short time. If left untreated, these corpses would quickly decompose. At that time, a large number of microorganisms and bacteria will be derived. Crunch. The only remaining right hand was clenched together fiercely. Yunji is also human, he is not without feelings. With so many compatriots dying, his heart would also be miserable. But in order to delay time, he had to talk about this sad thing. With the medical level of NGL villagers, it is obvious that they cannot survive the plague. The reason for burning corpses is simple. It can be summed up in a few sentences. Hear Yungu's reason. Neferpeto reached out and touched his chin with interest. Meow, like this. Is this why humans don't use the same kind of corpse as food, even if they burn it? Flowers. My doubts were answered. It made Neferpeto feel a lot more happy. I see, then as a reward for answering, I've decided. The look in Yungu's eyes also changed. If you looked at Yungu's eyes before, it was food that could be caught at any time. I want to keep you by my side. So now, it's just curious eyes like a playful toy. Be my toy, meow. The corners of his mouth twitched more clearly than before. Sophisticated looks. Plus the ears that were shaking slightly from time to time. Enough to satisfy the vast majority of lowly lovers in the world. 00. Unfortunately. At this moment, Yunji didn't care about this beautiful smile that was so cute that it exploded. What? Subconsciously refute doubts. Coco just uttered a word. The smiling Catwoman, Neferpeto in the distance had disappeared from his sight. Yungu's brain hasn't reacted yet. His eyes turned black. Consciousness blurred. Completely fainted. Look at the man who threw himself on the ground. Neferpeto stretched out his pink tongue and slid across the corner of his mouth with satisfaction. As a bodyguard with an innate sense of strength, she could feel the inexplicable energy in the human body in front of her that was stronger than hers. Although I don't know what this energy is. But that didn't stop her from choosing Chi Yungu as her toy. Stagnant. The movement of the tongue across the corner of the mouth suddenly stopped. Neferpeto felt a new breath enter his perception range. The harvest of coming out to play is unexpectedly rich. Meow tilde. Hundreds of meters away. The four figures walked together in the jungle. A map of NGL is in the hands of the leader. Big brother, this time I joined the hunter team and got 10 hunter licenses. This time we made a lot of money. One of them. Touch the 2 licenses in your hand. There was a happy smile on his face. Puff. A tender white paw suddenly passed through the man's chest. Sun. Chapter 297 _ Night falls. The night ended a day of meditation. Of course, Jixi also ended a difficult day of survival training. The pursuit and killing of members of the brigade. Unwittingly it became his tough stock training. Open black lens bracket. The unforgivable person close black lens bracket. The resulting increase is only temporary. But his body has always experienced a stronger feeling. Practice in time. Although it does not allow him to gain a strong strength immediately. But it is always improving his hard power unknowingly. As for Xiaoji and Qian, the training of the two has long since ended. At this time, I was chatting with Kate, who went out to deal with the return of the chimeric ants, in the lobby. That's it for today's training. Jixi rolled her eyes and fell to the ground gasping for breath. Yi finally said the words he had been looking forward to for a long time. At the same time, Elvera's figure appeared beside Jixi at some point. Use the ability to heal Jihe's injuries from training today. Yi's current strength. It is no longer a simple exercise to improve strength. Now his main practice method is to increase the total amount of spiritual pressure through meditation. Certainly. This process is very slow. But even if the growth is very slow, it can be compared to doing nothing. The feeling of strength gradually becoming stronger is always easy to be addicted. And the strength of chimeric ants is greatly enhanced. This made Yi feel a faint sense of crisis. The original time and space. Guang Xiaoji and Qiju can kill the chimeric ants at the division commander level in seconds. But now, 10 hunters have died inexplicably. The overall strength of the chimeric ant race has been greatly improved. Today, an ordinary army commander, Xiaoji and Qiji Zhaoshuo are selected by the best and the best. A stronger division leader. It has the strength comparable to the 12 earthly branches. Now the strength of this ever-changing chimeric ant. Let Yi not know to what extent the strength of the next guard and the Ant King will be strengthened. In the face of such an unknown enemy, Yi was always habitually vigilant. In Hunter World, only the most vigilant can survive. Yi and Jishi walked out of the training hall. The two went back to the room and simply washed. Although his body was not stained with sweat, he spent a day in the training hall. There is bound to be some odor on the body. Rinsed. The two changed into clean clothes. Together they walked towards the direction of the hut hall. Just 10 seconds away. But let Jihe walk with Yi. Feel the chilled oak. Ended the day of meditation. There was a faint light on Yi's body. Sharp gun. Originated from the inheritance of Ichimaru Jin. Instantly extends and changes the length of the blade to assassinate the opponent. A Zanpakuto, an artifact of assassination. It makes Yi's temperament even more sharp-edged. Yi's current state. The general effect of meditation is so weak that it can be ignored. Only a higher level of deep meditation can further enhance his strength. A higher level of meditation is the process of entering the inner world and constantly fighting with the Zanpakuto body. Every time he fights with the spear, Yi has a new insight into the spear. It is also under such constant fighting. The night pair of sharp guns became more and more familiar, under this understanding. The degree of increase of the dissolution also increases slowly. The deep meditation only lasted 2 months. The increase of the dissolution is increased to 11 times. This is not unpleasant for the death god whose lifespan has been measured for 100 years. This also made Yi Yi more confident. Come to the hall. Xiaoji, Chi Jibo, and Dina got together. Among the four, it was Kate who also changed into clean clothes. Go out hunting chimeric ants. Even he was unavoidably contaminated with the blood of chimeric ants. There are corresponding washing conditions. He will naturally choose clean. When Yoichi and Jihi arrive in the lobby, Kate seems to be talking about his newfound intelligence. It's a little weird today. I met quite a few villages along the way, but they were all empty. Kate rests her arms on the conference table. He crossed his hands and rested his chin under his chin, looking like he was thinking seriously. It's just the way he thinks. Not everyone understands. Isn't it normal for the village to be empty with chimeric ants? We also encountered quite a few vacant villages before. It's just that they're all covered in chimeric ants. Kai Peptone's arms folded behind his head. An expression of indifference. For this, Xiaoji is not surprised. Although he is a dazzling sect, he is not obliged to force Qi Yan to read and cut. After all, the strange cyst killer. The darkness I had experienced was many times heavier than this. And the appearance of strange dishes and gangs, compared to the character of hunters who don't care about anyone. There has been great progress. At least when I saw the villagers being preyed on by the chimeric ants, I occasionally showed anger at the chimeric ants. That's enough. Xiaoji believes that he has his own company. Fortunately, the odd Cystatus is worried about the welding plan. Pity. Strange do-tailed do-bath. Kate's expression was still the same. If these villages are empty, they should have little to do with chimeric ants. A cold voice suddenly came from the side. Xiaoji raised his head in surprise. Looking at the person who came, his face was full of joy. Yi, you guys came out. Facing Xiaoji's greeting. Yi nodded casually in response. He came just in time to hear what Kate had found out today. If it were an ordinary chimeric antslaughter village, he wouldn't look like this. A few people passed Xiaoji. Yi casually pulled over a bench and sat down. Kate, who rolled her eyes and nodded subconsciously because of her opening. Kate's mind is actually a good guess. To outsiders, he always looks cold. But at work, you can always find some details of the problem. Just like the original time. He took Xiaoji into the underground military factory and discovered the hidden chimeric ants immediately. This time, it is estimated that some details have been found. Thought here. Yi looked at Kate. Chapter 298 _ Kate looked at Yi and cast those cold eyes to herself. This moment. It was as if he felt a sharp blade stabbing at him. The subconscious mobilization of thoughts in the body is covering the surface of the body. When all this is done. But he looked at Xiaoji and Qi Zuchao and looked at him in confusion. Kate was taken aback. Looking at Yi again, that sharp sense of edge disappeared. This inexplicable change made Kate suspicious. If he went out for a trip, he was a little too vigilant. An ordinary gaze. It made him so excited. It's nothing, I might be a little tired. Seeing Xiaoji's worried eyes, Kate silently shook her head. Expose this matter. Think back to what you found today. When I went out today, I did encounter a lot of hunting chimeric ants at first. It's just that these chimeric ants are all heading in one direction. I followed in secret. While following these chimeric ants, I found 3 villages along the way. Speaking of which. Kate's eyes narrowed slightly. There is no one in these villages. 14. It's like. It seems to be a village that he left on his own initiative. He couldn't figure out where these villagers would go after they left the village. NGL's current environment. Human villages may be the first targets of chimeric ants. Comparable to the wild. The village can at least provide security for these villagers. Make sure they are not attacked by various animals that live in the jungle. And consider the scale of these 3 villages. The number of villagers living here is not a small number. The migration of the whole village will inevitably attract the attack of chimeric ants. ... Kate was silent. He didn't know how to go on. In the hunter world, awakening and no awakening can be regarded as two different life classes. But even so, it cannot change the reality that the two are human beings. As a human being, Kate couldn't turn a blind eye to the dead villagers. Therefore, he was not in a good mood at this time. You can only express your sadness with silence. Xiaoji, Kijibo, and Dina looked at Kate, who was suddenly silent. Able to come to NGL this place. Several people's IQs naturally stay online. Everyone has already guessed the fate of the villagers who left. Such a sad ending made it impossible for them to comfort Kate. Just like Kate. Silent together. In the silence of several people, the air pressure dropped inexplicably. Only night 1. Thinking casually, Kate said the information about the infestation of a large number of chimeric ants. They chose to leave voluntarily and must have been prepared. A few people who were silent. It's an unresolved solution. Compared to these, a large number of chimeric ants reappeared, which is the important information. The voice was still cold. But Xiaoji and the others could hear a trace of displeasure. Xiaoji, Qian Ao's a Yunyu Lai residence. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. They all saw what happened to Jixi today. The strength of the 3 brigade members, although not as good as Kate. But the strength of the 3 of them was enough for Kyuchuo, the dumplings, and the 3 of them. Chizu, 12I dumplings, said Nazu Jun. Although it is no different from Nobunaga, Phaeton and others. The combat experience, instinct, and degree of ruthlessness are far less than the 3 people in the brigade. Chizu, 12I dumplings can only deal with a single droplet at best. Facing either Nobunaga or Phaeton. Even if the odd 12 close HoloLens bracket eye dumplings are handed, the odds of winning are not high. Therefore, after seeing a trace of displeasure in Yi Yi's eyes, he subconsciously looked away. For fear of further angering Yi Yi, let the 2 also experience Ji He's happiness today. But they both forgot. The act of looking away makes you feel like you're running away from something. Under the cleaning of Jixi and the others for a few days, the number of chimeric ants going out to hunt is far less than before. Look away from Xiaoji, Qiwanxianzhan. Similar things have happened many times. The performance of the 2 was disappointing. But the people he liked were always Bai Siji, Yun Ji Yu, and Jixi. Xiaoji and Qian. But just take it with you. Alive, Yi Yi doesn't mind helping out. Dead, what does this have to do with Yi Yi? This world is not impossible to turn without these 2 people. The 2 were in the original time and space. As the protagonist, he always makes people think about it everywhere. Yukexen City, obviously has no strength, but touches the bottom line of spiders again and again. Of course, that's arguably for Kurapika and Spider's Bounty. Chimeric ant events. Facing the attack of Nephapito, Kate had let the 2 leave first. But Xiaoji couldn't tell the difference in strength. Just let Kate save him once at the cost of an arm. However, the consequences of saving Xiaoji's life. But it caused his strength to be unplayable. 300. He was eventually killed by Nephapidus and made into a doll. By comparison, there are a lot of quirks and conspiracies. When you see the gap between the enemy and us, you leave and choose to leave. Although there is fear in the reason of Ilmi's needle. But it's better than staying and dragging Kate back. This time, Xiaoji and Qi Dumpling talk about neon thieves. Although because of Yi Yi's intervention, it has improved a lot. But the ability to cause trouble has not been weakened much. If this kind of character is not changed, one day it will bring disaster to relatives and friends. At this point, the night is deeply remembered in my heart. The action pattern of chimeric ants has not changed for several days. There is a sudden change now, and there must be some change that we don't know about. Withdrew his gaze on Xiaoji and the others. Yi Yi made a random guess. Like, A chimeric ant higher than the division commander appeared. Feel free to guess the reason. But it made Kate and the others' faces suddenly change. Slap tilde tilde. Subconsciously stood up. The conference table in front of him was knocked over. Eliminate worker ants, regiment commanders, and division commanders for several days. This made him forget that chimeric ants have a higher level of existence.